To hear this and many more audiobooks not available on YouTube in a podcast feed, please visit the first link in the description below, and thank you for your support. History of the Three Internationals, the World Socialist and Communist Movements from 1848 to the present, by William Z. Foster. To Esther. Originally published in 1955, republished in 2014. Printed in the United States of America. Acknowledgements. I wish to thank very much the many comrades who helped in the preparation of this book. There were many who cooperated valuably with their advice, with their loans of important reference materials, and with their careful reading and criticisms of the book proofs, for all of which I am very grateful. I wish especially to express my thanks to Arthur Zipser for his extensive and indispensable research work. William Z. Foster. Part 1. The First International, 1864 to 1876. 1. General economic and political background. The founding in London in 1864 of the International Working Men's Association, the First International, took place in a situation of a rapidly rising tide of capitalist development. The great discovery voyages of the 15th and 16th centuries had given a big stimulus to capitalism by widely extending commerce and the cultivation of many local guild handicrafts. This general impulse was greatly intensified, particularly in England, by the Industrial Revolution. This began in the middle of the 18th century and, according to Friedrich Engels, concluded about 1830. The rapid expansion of capitalism, however, went right on. The whole development marked the beginning of the transformation of society from the agricultural, mercantile basis of feudalism to the industrial basis of capitalism. The Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution, which had its center in England, was marked by a very rapid growth and expansion of the coal, iron, and textile industries, as well as of the railroads. These developments were based upon a whole series of revolutionary inventions. Among the more outstanding were those of Henry Cort in iron-making, of John Kay, James Hargreaves, Richard Arkwright, and Samuel Crompton in devising textile machinery, and of Thomas Newcomen, Richard Watt, and George Stephenson in the invention and application of the steam engine to industry and transportation. A key invention in this great series was the cotton gin by an American, Eli Whitney, in 1793, which provided cheap and abundant cotton for the hungry New English textile industry. Among the more elementary economic effects of the Industrial Revolution were that it shifted production from a hand to a machine basis, substituted huge factories for small workshops, transferred motive power from a wind and water basis to one of steam, revolutionized the transportation system by covering the land with a network of railroads, canals, and roads, and the seas with great fleets of ships, at first wind-driven, but eventually operated by steam, and it developed commerce from primarily a local scale to a world basis. Principally because of its huge supplies of cheap coal and its strategic commercial location, England became the main center of the new industrialization. Between 1720 and 1839, its production of pig iron increased from 25,000 tons to 1,347,000 tons, and whereas in 1764, England imported 4 million pounds of cotton for manufacture, in 1833 it imported 300 million pounds. By the middle of the 19th century, England, producing the bulk of all manufactured goods, had become the workshop of the world. The Industrial Revolution soon spread from England to the continent. In its early stages, France, with many notable inventions to its credit, nearly kept abreast of England, but by the middle of the 19th century, due largely to lack of available coal, France had fallen far behind. The Low Countries, early became important industrial centers, and by 1850, Germany also was well on the way to industrialization. The latter country was handicapped, however, by its unfavorable commercial location, by many feudal hangovers, and also by being periodically overrun by wars. The United States, due eventually to far outstrip England, quickly felt the impulse of the Industrial Revolution. In 1790, the textile industry got underway in New England. By 1805, it had about 4,500, and by 1860, some 5,235,000 spindles in operation. In the meantime, a considerable body of industry, iron, shoe, lumber, shipbuilding, etc., was growing up in the North Atlantic states, but it was not until about 1850 that large-scale industrialization in the United States got going full blast. As for Eastern Europe, it had very little industry at the time the First International was founded, and Asia, Africa, Australia, and Latin America had hardly any at all. The political consolidation of capitalism. With its rapid development of industry and trade, the Industrial Revolution produced a class of rich capitalists, the bourgeoisie, who gradually differentiated themselves from the petty bourgeoisie. This new and powerful class intensified the bitter struggle that nation capitalism had already been developing against the predominant feudal system. Philosophically, economically, politically, and militarily, the capitalists warred against the great feudal landowners, kings, popes, bishops, and nobles. This struggle climaxed in many bourgeois revolutions, fought through by extremely violent civil wars. The long series of bourgeois revolutions eventually extended to all parts of the world, and it has continued on down to our own days. But at the time of the establishment of the First International, the most important of such revolutions that had taken place were those in England, 1649, the United States, 1776, France, 1789, Haiti, 1790, the Spanish colonies in America, 1810, Brazil, 1822, France, 1830, and France, Germany, Austria, Italy, and Hungary, 1848, Italy, 1859, mid-United States, 1861. The general effects of these revolutions, which were eventually to make capitalism world dominant, had been at this time to put capitalists more or less in control of England, Western Europe, and North America. Parallel and interlocked with these bourgeois revolutions, there also went ahead a capitalist-directed process of establishing the modern bourgeois states in Great Britain, the United States, France, Germany, Italy, Belgium, and other countries, in order to hold the working class in subjugation and exploitation, to secure for themselves domination over the respective national markets, and to mobilize the military strength of the nations for war. The capitalists had imperative need for much more definite and well-organized national states, either as republics or constitutional monarchies, than the loose and shifting, and, in Germany and Italy, atomized political regimes characteristic of feudalism. The establishment of the new bourgeois states led to the violent suppression of many smaller peoples, as the Scotch, Welsh, and Irish in Great Britain, and also to the waging of many intense national wars. These wars included, among others, the French and English wars of the 18th century, the American-English wars of 1776 and 1812, the Napoleonic Wars of 1799 to 1850, the several Latin American wars after 1826, the United States-Mexican War of 1846, the Crimean War of 1853, the Franco-Austrian War of 1859, the American Civil War of 1861, and in the immediate years of the setting up of the First International, the Prussian Wars against Denmark in 1864, Austria in 1866, and France in 1870. The capitalist system grew everywhere in the blood and mire of war and revolution. The Industrial Revolution and the workers. The rapid growth of capitalism quickly produced profound effects upon the toiling masses. First of all, in England, great numbers of peasants, erstwhile independent producers, who had been driven from their lands to make room for sheep growing, were herded into the new factories where they became wage workers, and large numbers of handicraftsmen who had worked either for themselves or in small workshops were gradually assembled into larger and larger manufacturing plants. The modern working class was being born. This creation of the proletariat through the evolution of industry was taking place in all the countries where capitalism was developing. The capitalists, with the boundless greed characteristic of their social system, worked men, women, and children to the point of destruction. Their working and living conditions were but little better than those of chattel slaves. Working hours ranged from 12 to 16 per day. Wages were at starvation levels. Children from 6 years on worked in the mills, and the employers ruled dictatorially over the unorganized waged workers in the factories. A parliamentary report in 1833 said that, quote, "The destitution of the English workers almost eclipses the horrors of slavery in America, of English landlordism in Ireland, and of British rule in India." End quote. Theodore Rothstein, From Chartism to Laborism, page 9, New York, 1929. In his great work, Condition of the Working Class in England in 1844, Ingalls imperishably portrayed the horrifying position of the workers during this general period. On the continent, wherever capitalism had secured a grip, conditions were, if possible, even worse than in England. The new factories in France and Western Germany were wretched slave pens, and Marx called Belgium the paradise of the capitalists. In the United States, the land of the free, similar bad conditions prevailed for industrial workers, and it was a moot question as to who were physically the worse off, slaves or wage earners. Foner, Commons, and other labor historians have vividly described the wretched wages, the interminably long hours, the boss tyranny in the shops, and the murderous exploitation of men, women, and children characteristic of the young American industries, especially textiles, during the decades following the turn of the century. During the recurring economic crises in the respective countries, the poverty and destitution of the jobless masses beggared description. In various ways, the workers in the capitalist countries fought back against the economic and political slavery in which they were enmeshed. They did the fighting in the various bourgeois revolutions in Europe and America, hoping to wring from these struggles some of the glittering promises of the bourgeois platforms, of which the Bill of Rights of the United States Constitution was a shining example. But experience quickly demonstrated that such paper rights could be made real for the workers only when they themselves fought resolutely to enforce them. To combat the intolerable working and living conditions to which they were barbarously subjected, the workers were compelled to rely upon their own class strength, which they expressed in various ways. In England, the Luddites smashed machines and wrecked factories, and in various countries the workers carried through insurrections, as in Manchester in 1819, in Lyon, France in 1831-34, and in Silesia and Bohemia in 1844. In the wake of the liberal sections of the bourgeoisie, as in the English electoral struggle of 1832, they also strove for political reforms. They built mutual benefit and cooperative societies, but most of all, the workers turned to trade unionism. Wherever capitalism established itself, the workers quickly learned that they possessed a weapon of profound importance, the strike, to bring industry to a halt, thereby temporarily cutting off the profits of their exploiters. Early trade unionism. In England, the mother country of capitalism, trade unions began to take form as early as 1752. G.D.H. Cole and Raymond Postgate, The British Common People, 1748 to 1938, page 156, New York, 1939. These pioneer unions were chiefly groupings of skilled workers, and they had to struggle, mostly in an illegal status, against ferocious anti-combination laws. The partial repeal of such laws in England in 1824 brought out into the open many trade unions, hitherto disguised as friendly societies. The movement shot ahead, and in 1830 it crystallized nationally in the National Association for the Protection of Labor. This body was the forerunner of the Grand National Consolidated Trade Union of 1833 to 34. The latter had an estimated membership of some 500,000. In 1837, the Great Chartist movement was launched upon the initiative of the London Working Men's Association, which had been formed a year earlier. Chartism was a broad, working-class political movement with wide but not all-inclusive trade union support, and also drawing in large sections of the petty bourgeoisie. Its most outstanding leaders were James Bronte O'Brien, Fergus O'Connor, C.J. Harney, Ernest Jones, and William Lovett, and its main journal was the Northern Star. The movement finally crystallized in 1841 as the National Charter Association. The Chartist program, the famous 6 Points or People's Charter, was introduced into Parliament early in 1837. It aimed chiefly to secure the franchise for the workers. At that time, of the 6 million men in England, only 850,000 had the right to vote. The 6 Points demanded universal suffrage for men, equal electoral districts, annual parliaments, payment of parliamentary members, secret ballot, and no property qualifications for members of Parliament. In support of this elementary program, the Chartists carried on an immense agitation all over the country. Some of their meetings attracted as many as 350,000 people. They also sent several mass petitions to Parliament, one bearing some 5 million signatures, gathered among a general population of 19 million. And when the reactionary Parliament cynically rejected the Chartists' mass petitions, the movement undertook to use methods of general strike and insurrection to force its demands. The first major collision came in 1842, after Parliament had spurned a great petition for the 6 Points, bearing 3,317,700 names. The workers began to strike in many places and to go into insurrection. The movement was put down, however, and some 1,500 leaders and active workers were arrested. In 1848, under the influence of the revolutionary situation in Western Europe, the Chartist movement revived, but it had spent its force. When Parliament again rejected its mass petition, an attempt was made at insurrection, but this failed, largely because of the hesitations of petty bourgeois elements in the movement and because the Duke of Wellington had mobilized 250,000 soldiers and police to crush it. The movement died out by 1850. Within a generation, however, the workers succeeded in writing into law virtually all of the famous 6 Points. The Chartist movement, the first attempt to build a broad national labor party of the working class in which the workers got a taste of their great political power, was one of the most significant and glorious movements in the history of world labor. During this stirring period, early in 1844, an important labor event but little noticed at the time was the formation of a consumers' cooperative by a handful of weavers in Toad Lane, Rochdale, England. This tiny organization, based on the principle of dividends on purchases, is generally considered to be the beginning of a huge modern cooperative movement. In France, Belgium, Switzerland, Spain, Germany, and other European countries where harsh anti-union laws prevailed, there were but a few local trade unions in existence at the time the First International was born. In countries ruled by reactionary regimes, there were numerous underground revolutionary political circles, and about the only types of labor organization more or less tolerated were mutual benefit, friendly societies, and cooperatives. In the United States, where the Negro people languished in barbaric chattel slavery, there were more democratic freedoms for white workers and also a considerable growth of labor unionism, following the familiar pattern of craft unions of skilled workers. Already in 1786, the printers of Philadelphia carried through an organized strike. Toward the end of the 1820s, in the mass democratic struggles of the Jacksonian period, the trade unions grew and many strikes took place. In 1827, 15 unions in Philadelphia formed the Mechanic Union of Trade Associations. In 1831, the New England Association of Farmers, Mechanics, and Other Working Men was organized, and within the next several years, local central bodies were set up in many eastern cities. This whole movement was accompanied by the establishment of labor parties in various localities, the first such organizations in the world. The workers fought especially for higher wages, the 10-hour workday, against debtor prisons, for free public education, for free land, and for a more democratic suffrage. The general movement subsided for a while, but the growth of individual unions continued. From 1834 to 1837, the National Trades Union served as the center of the young labor movement, and from 1845 to 1856, this need was met by the Industrial Congress, which had branches in all important industrial centers. The growth of the labor movement proceeded apace with the evolution of industry into the factory system. At the beginning of the Civil War, several national craft unions were in existence. Anti-capitalist tendencies. The British workers not only strove to ease specific evils of the terrible exploitation they suffered, they also began to attack the capitalist system itself. With real genius, long before Karl Marx wrote, the celebrated Chartist leader James Bronter O'Brien developed a pretty clear understanding of the class struggle and of the nature of the capitalist state. In 1832, he said, quote, "The government is made up by the profit men to protect them in their exorbitant profits, rents, and impositions on the people who labor. Is it the government who makes the laws, or is it not, on the contrary, the great prophet men who make them to enrich themselves and then have the government to execute them? It is the prophet men who are the oppressors everywhere. The government is their watchman, and the people who labor are the oppressed." End quote. O'Brien fought the machine breakers and proposed instead that the machinery be owned by the people and used for their benefit. Rothstein points out that there was much confusion and utopianism in O'Brien's writings, but he marvels that the latter came remarkably close to modern Marxism. Referring to O'Brien, Rothstein says that, quote, 15 years before the drawing up of the Communist Manifesto, the theory of class antagonisms and class struggle in capitalist society had been presented in all its bearings, not in a fragmentary form, but in such a systematic and complete manner as to arouse even today our wonder and admiration." End quote. German immigrant workers in London formed the Exiles League, 1834 to 1836, and the Federation of the Just, 1836 to 1839. A leader of the latter organization, Wilhelm Weitling, a journeyman tailor, fundamentally attacked capitalism and elaborated in two books, 1838 and 1842, a system of communism. Of the latter of these, Marx said in 1844, quote, "What could the German bourgeoisie, including its philosophers and divines, point to a work championing bourgeois political emancipation, which could in any way compare with Weitling's Garantie der Harmonie und Freiheit, guarantees of harmony and freedom?" End quote. In the United States, too, the workers began to assail the capitalist system and to try to escape its toils. In 1829, the brilliant machinist, Thomas Skidmore of New York, called upon the workers to challenge the nature of the tenure by which all men hold title to their property. He proposed the equal division of all existing property, lands, houses, factories, vessels, etc. Skidmore, like George Henry Evans and many other working leaders of the times, and in the spirit of Jeffersonianism, prescribed the characteristic American petty bourgeois panacea of the times, that the workers could escape capitalist exploitation by getting themselves farms out of the vast body of land held by the government. This was a sort of denationalization of the land, a process which, however, the English Chartist collectivists Shepherd and Harney mistakenly opposed as reactionary. Brutal capitalist exploitation, especially intensified by the Industrial Revolution, also called forth objections from the ranks of the capitalist and middle classes themselves. These protests were manifested in various types of utopian socialism, that is, efforts to replace barbarous capitalism with more humane and intelligent regimes. The most important of the utopian socialists were Robert Owen, 1771 to 1858 in Great Britain, and Claude H. Saint-Simon, 1760 to 1825, Charles F. M. Fourier, 1772 to 1837, and Etienne Cabet, 1788 to 1856, in France. The general characteristics of the utopians was that instead of basing themselves upon the actual laws of social development, they worked out idealistic plans of society of their own imagining. The utopians hoped that the people, including the capitalists, would adopt their plans as obviously superior to the existing regimes. Friedrich Engels deals fundamentally with this whole movement in his great book, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific. Owen, a successful Scottish textile mill owner, set up a model workshop in New Lanark, Scotland, in 1800 with greatly improved conditions for the workers, and it was also highly profitable. Later, he developed a system of worker ownership of industry. This general plan he hoped to have not only workers but capitalists accept, but the capitalists would have nothing to do with Owen's scheme, except to denounce it. Owen, however, won a broad following among the working class. He became president of the Grand National Consolidated Trade Union, referred to above. Saint-Simon, Fourier, and Cabet also evolved systems of ideal societies. Disappointed and alarmed at the failure of the masses to realize the glittering democratic promises of the great French Revolution, these keen and generous spirits, at the turn of the new century, sharply criticized capitalism and undertook to build new systems of society based on justice and reason. They sought to discover a new and more perfect system of social order, and to oppose this upon society from without by propaganda, and wherever it was possible by the example of model experiments. While the writings of the great utopians attracted much attention in France, they produced but few concrete results there. The European utopians paid much attention to the United States, where land for experiments was cheap, where greater democratic liberties prevailed, and where the masses were largely in a progressive mood. Owen himself came to the United States in 1824 and organized cooperative colonies in New Harmony, Indiana, and several other places. The followers of Fourier, including such outstanding personalities as Horace Greeley, Nathaniel Hawthorne, James Russell Lowell, and many other notables, set up during the 1840s cooperative phalanxes, or colonies, in some 40 places, the best known of which was Brook Farm in Massachusetts. During the same decade, the Cabot or Icarian movement also organized a number of colonies in Texas, Iowa, and Missouri. But these tiny idealistic ventures were only drops in the ocean of capitalism. They were all soon absorbed by it. When the First International came upon the scene of history, the utopian movements were already things of the past. During the First industrial decades, several other social trends of major importance also developed, including pure and simple trade unionism, Blanchism, Proudhonism, Lassalleism, and Bakuninism. These played important roles in the life of the International, therefore we shall discuss them as we go on. Incomparably, the greatest revolutionary advance and achievement of the working class, however, in these formative decades, was the development of scientific socialism by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Chapter 2. Scientific Socialism. Karl Marx was born in Treves, Rhenish Prussia, May 5, 1818. His father, Heinrich, was born a Jew but embraced Christianity. The son, Karl, was educated at the Bonn, Berlin, and Jena universities. His father wanted him to become a lawyer like himself, but he turned his main attention to philosophy, history, and science. In 1841, he got his Ph.D. In his student days, he studied deeply the works of the great German philosopher Hegel, and he was also much influenced by the materialist writer Ludwig Feuerbach. Upon his graduation, Marx plunged into the current, turbulent political life in the period of the gathering German bourgeois revolution of 1848. In 1842, while only 24 years old, he became editor of the Rheinische Zeitung, a radical democratic journal. In the meantime, he married Jenny von Westphalen, daughter of a Prussian nobleman. It was at this time that Marx met Friedrich Engels, who was to become his lifelong friend and collaborator. Engels was born in Barmen, Prussia, September 28, 1820. He was the son of a wealthy cotton mill owner who planned a business career for him, but like Marx, Engels became immersed in the developing revolutionary movement. He went to England in 1843, where his father owned a mill near Manchester. There, he contacted the Chartist and Owenite movements and became a revolutionary. On a visit to Paris in 1844, he resumed his acquaintance with Marx. The latter, an exile from Prussia after his paper had been closed down by the government, was then editing the Deutsch Französische Jahrbucher, German-French yearbooks. The two revolutionary youths had by this time definitely become communists. Marx, for the first time, began to write as a socialist and materialist, and subjected Hegel's views on the state and on law to criticism from the socialist standpoint. Engels was in general agreement with Marx. Thus began the fruitful partnership of these two magnificent fighters for and with the working class. The Communist League and the Communist Manifesto. Marx was expelled from France in January 1845 and went to Brussels, where he was very active politically in revolutionary organizations, the Democratic League and the General Workers' Society. In February 1846, jointly with Engels in England, the two began to form Communist Committees of Correspondence, a name reminiscent of American revolutionary experience. These committees carried on communist propaganda in the adjoining countries. Meanwhile, relations were established with the remnants of the Federation of the Just, which had been shattered as a result of the abortive 1839 rising of the Blanquists in France. After some negotiations, the various groups came together in London during the summer of 1847 with Engels in attendance. There they formed the Communist League. This was the first international communist organization, and it was a forerunner of the International Working Men's Association of a decade and a half later. The Communist League was made up chiefly of exiled workers and intellectuals, French, German, Swiss, Italian, Russian, etc., in London, Paris, and Brussels. The League held a second Congress in 1847 from November 29th to December 8th in London, with both Marx and Engels present. At this Congress, the League definitely organized itself, adopting a constitution and providing for a program. The task of preparing the program was delegated to Marx, who was already widely known as a well-developed and steadfast communist. Throughout December 1847 and January 1848, Marx and Engels worked on the draft, and by the end of the latter month it was completed and forwarded to London, where it was published in February. The Manifesto of the Communist Party, popularly referred to as the Communist Manifesto, the most important single document in the history of mankind, had come into being. The Communist Manifesto was the first revolutionary program of the world's workers. It laid down the solid foundations of proletarian thought and action for the workers thenceforth on their road to socialism. It showed them how to protect themselves under capitalism, how to abolish the capitalist system, and how to build the structure of the new socialist society. Marx, Engels, V.I. Lenin, Joseph Stalin, and others were to write many books on Marxism during the ensuing decades, and their writings served to elaborate and to buttress the basic propositions of the manifesto. Today, 107 years after the great document was written, the Communist Manifesto stands as firm as a rock, a clear guide for the international working class, justified by generations of revolutionary experience and altogether impervious in the attacks of capitalist enemies. The major principles of Marxist socialism. Prior to 1848, the movement for socialism was a welter of confusion regarding the analysis of capitalism, organizational forms, methods of struggles, and the conception of the ultimate goal. It was a mixture of primitivism, utopianism, adventurism, and opportunism, but Marx, actively aided by Engels with one masterly stroke in the Communist Manifesto, swept aside all this idealism, ignorance, and eclecticism and put the socialist movement, for the first time, upon a scientific basis. As Engels said 35 years later in his famous address at the grave of Marx, just as Darwin discovered the law of evolution in organic nature, so Marx discovered the law of evolution in human history. Marxism, during its century of life, has irresistibly triumphed over the host of confusions and delusions bred of capitalism that have plagued the working class on its advance to emancipation. Every other theory and world outlook lies in ruins, says Dutt, shattered and impotent before the march of events. Marxism, first formulated basically in the Communist Manifesto, becomes ever more expanded and powerful with the passage of the decades. Stalin thus defines Marxism. Marxism is the science of the laws governing the development of nature and society, the science of the revolution of the oppressed and exploited masses, the science of the victory of socialism in all countries, the science of building a communist society. And Lenin thus describes the basic composition of Marxism. Marx was the genius who continued and completed the three chief ideological currents of the 19th century, represented respectively by the three most advanced countries of humanity: classical German philosophy, classical English political economy, and French socialism combined with French revolutionary doctrines. Major among the basic elements of Marxism are the following. 1. Philosophical materialism. Marx based himself upon the reality of the world as against the metaphysical imaginings of the idealistic philosophers George Berkeley, David Hume, Immanuel Kant, George W. F. Hegel, and the many others whose systems, by one route or another, all led to the acceptance of religion and to the concept of an artificial external creation and operation of the world. Marx counterposes a world ruled by natural law against the bourgeois metaphysical conception of a world under the arbitrary guidance of some remote divinity. To him, materiality is fundamental, and all thought and understanding flow from it. Engels says, the great basic question of all philosophy, especially of modern philosophy, is that concerning the relation of thinking and being, spirit to nature, which is primary spirit or nature. The answers which the philosophers gave to this question split them into two great camps: those who asserted the primacy of spirit to nature, and therefore in the last analysis assumed world creation in some form or another, comprised the camp of idealism. The others, who regarded nature as primary, belonged to the various schools of materialism. Marx was the supreme philosopher in the second camp, carrying the materialist conception into all branches of thought and action. The practical effect of philosophical materialism is to free Marxists, and eventually the working class, from the crippling influence of the innumerable hoary and reactionary conceptions relating to philosophy, science, government, religion, economics, morality, art, etc., which constitute the fundamental ideological buttresses of the capitalist system. Philosophical materialism is the sharpest intellectual weapon of the proletariat in its fight against capitalism and for socialism. 2. Dialectics. Marx and Engels adopted the dialectics of Hegel, 1770 to 1831, which, as Lenin puts it, is the theory of evolution which is most comprehensive, rich in content, and profound. Dialectics, Marx says, is the science of the general laws of motion, both of the external world and of human thought. But in accepting Hegel's dialectic system, Marx and Engels stripped it of its idealism and developed it on a material basis. For dialectical philosophy, says Engels, nothing is final, absolute, sacred. It reveals the transitory nature of everything, and in everything. Nothing can endure before it except the uninterrupted process of becoming and of passing away, of endless ascendancy from the lower to the higher. Dialectical evolution, says Lenin, is a development that repeats, as it were, the stages already passed, but repeats them in a different way, on a higher plane, negation of negation, a development, so to speak, in spirals, not in a straight line, a spasmodic, catastrophic, revolutionary development, breaks of gradualness, transformation of quantity into quality, inner impulses for development, imparted by the contradiction, the conflict, of different forces and tendencies reacting on a given body or inside a given phenomenon or within a given society. Interdependence and the closest indissoluble connection between all sides of every phenomenon. 3. The materialist conception of history. Marx and Engels were the first to put the writing of history upon a scientific basis, stripping it of the mass of metaphysics, subjectivism, hero worship, class bias, and superficialities characterizing bourgeois written history. The heart of the Marxist materialist conception of history lies in the economic factor, the way people make their living. Marx outlines it as follows. In the social production which men carry on, they enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will. These relations of production correspond to a definite stage of development of their material powers of production. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation on which rise legal and political superstructures, and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production in material life determines the general character of the social, political, and spiritual processes of life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but on the contrary, their social existence determines their consciousness. Marxists have frequently been accused of laying sole stress upon the economic factor and of ignoring all others, such as national traditions, history, culture, etc. But this is nonsense. In this respect, Engels combats vulgar economic determinism. According to the materialist conception of history, the determining element in history is ultimately the production and reproduction in real life. More than this, neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. If therefore somebody twists this into the statement that the economic element is the only determining one, he transforms it into a meaningless, abstract, and absurd phrase. The bourgeoisie, with its idealistic eclectic system of history writing, which denies causation and reason and puts the stress upon all sorts of secondary and superficial elements, has no clear picture of past history, nor of what is happening at the present time. Historical materialism, the method of Marx, with its stress on the economic factor, gives to Marxists a decisive advantage in drawing the elementary lessons from past history and for understanding the fundamental meaning of the complex economic and political processes of today. It is this that enables Marxists to foresee the inevitability of social revolution and socialism, an eventuality which the bourgeois economists and historians neither can nor dare envisage. 4. The class struggle. The Communist Manifesto thus states the fundamental Marxist position on the class struggle. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carrying on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large or in the common ruin of the contending classes. In the earlier epochs of history, we find almost everywhere a complicated arrangement of society into various orders, a manifold gradation of social rank. In ancient Rome, we have patricians, knights, plebeians, slaves. In the Middle Ages, feudal lords, vassals, guildmasters, journeymen, apprentices, serfs. In almost all these classes, again, subordinate gradations. The modern bourgeois society that has sprouted from the ruins of feudal society has not done away with class antagonisms. It has but established new classes, new forms of struggle in place of the old ones. Modern capitalist society is a maze of sharply contending internal groups. Marxism, says Lenin, provides a clue which enables us to discover the reign of law in this seeming labyrinth and chaos, the theory of the class struggle. The bourgeoisie, particularly in these later years, is anxious to obscure the class character of the internal struggles that are taking place and thus to confuse the masses as to their true class interests. But the class analysis of Marxism lays bare the whole process, and it is the first consideration, not only in understanding past history, but in the working out of proletarian policy in any given situation. Before Marx's time, many bourgeois historians and political economists, including James Madison in the United States, had gained some inkling of the class struggle, but it was Marx and Engels who made the whole vital matter crystal clear. In a letter to Joseph Wedemeyer, March 5, 1852, Marx said on this question, "And now, as to myself, no credit is due to me for discovering the existence of classes in modern society, nor yet the struggle between them. Long before me, bourgeois historians had described the historical development of this class struggle, and bourgeois economists the economic anatomy of the classes. What I did that was new was to prove, 1, that the existence of classes is only bound up with a particular historic phase in the development of production, and that the class struggle is necessarily leading to the dictatorship of the proletariat, and 2, that this dictatorship itself only constitutes the transition to the abolition of all classes and to a classless society." Which is a very modest summary indeed of Marx's contributions to this central question. 5. The revolutionary role of the working class. In his analysis of the class struggle, Marx, as one of his greatest achievements, developed the revolutionary role of the proletariat. In the Communist Manifesto, he said, "Of all the classes that stand face to face with the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class. The other classes decay and finally disappear in the face of modern industry. The proletariat is its special and essential product. The lower middle class, the small manufacturer, the shopkeeper, the artisan, the peasant, all these fight against the bourgeoisie to save themselves from extinction as fractions of the middle class. They are therefore not revolutionary but conservative, nay, more, they are reactionary." Marx was here dealing with the period of competitive capitalism. In the period of imperialism, however, the era of the general crisis of capitalism, the proletariat is able to mobilize the poorer peasantry and other petty bourgeois elements behind its leadership. To theorize the worker-peasant alliance was one of the greatest achievements of Lenin. Lenin says, "The main thing in the teaching of Marx is the elucidation of the worldwide historical role of the proletariat as the builder of a socialist society. This firm Marxian insistence upon the leadership of the proletariat is fundamental in revolutionary working-class policy. Marx's clarity on this has successfully countered persistent attempts of various schools of opportunists to see in the bourgeoisie, the peasantry, or the city petty bourgeoisie the constructive class that the masses of workers should follow. The leading role of the working class was the key to the winning of the future great revolutions in Russia, China, and Eastern Europe. Already in the Communist Manifesto, Marx also began to outline the special type of thinking, fighting, disciplined party necessary for the working class to win over the capitalist class. The Communists are, on the one hand, practically the most advanced and resolute section of the working class parties in every country, that section which pushes forward all others. On the other hand, theoretically, they have over the great mass of the proletariat the advantage of clearly understanding the line of march, the conditions, and the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement. 6. Surplus value. In the early progressive stage of capitalism, the bourgeois economists, Adam Smith, David Ricardo, John Stuart Mill, and many others, made such sound analysis of that system, but they could not face up to the revolutionary realities of where capitalism was heading, and in later generations bourgeois economics degenerated eventually into little better than superficial apologetics for capitalism. It remained for Marx, the giant of all economists, to drive home the economic analysis to its revolutionary conclusions. Especially in his great 3-volume work, Capital, Marx made a profound analysis of the capitalist system. Among his innumerable basic contributions, he explained the hitherto unresolved questions of the primitive accumulation of capital, the causes of cyclical crises, the concentration of capital, and many aspects of capitalism hitherto unprobed or obscured by bourgeois economists. But his supreme contribution in the economic sphere was to describe the production of surplus value by the workers and its appropriation by the capitalists. This laid bare the whole process of capitalist exploitation and exposed the economic causes leading to proletarian revolution. Since then, countless bourgeois economists have tried in vain to refute his historic discovery. Meering thus sums up this central phase of Marxist theory. The real source of capitalist wealth was revealed for the first time in the first volume of Capital. Marx showed for the first time how profit originated and how it flowed into the pockets of the capitalists. He did so on the basis of 2 decisive economic facts. First, that the mass of the workers consists of proletarians who are compelled to sell their labor power as a commodity in order to exist, and secondly, that this commodity, labor power, possesses such a high degree of productivity in our own day that it is able to produce in a certain time a much greater product than is necessary for its own maintenance in that time. These 2 purely economic facts, representing the result of objective historical development, cause the fruit of the labor power of the proletarian to fall automatically into the lap of the capitalist and to accumulate with the continuance of the wage system into ever-growing masses of capital. 7. The role of the state. One of the most basic elements of Marxism is Marxist analysis of the state as the instrument of force by which the bourgeoisie enforces the submission of the workers to its domination. The Communist Manifesto says, "The executive of the modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie." Marx slashed into those muddleheads and opportunists who held that the capitalist state was an institution standing apart from and above all economic classes, concerning itself with the welfare of all the people. Marx and Engels traced the history of the state, showing that with the rise of economic classes, the state ever served the interest of the ruling classes. Engels, especially in his The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, and in his Anti-Düring, demonstrated that the victorious proletariat will ultimately do away with the state and regulate it into the Museum of Antiquities. 8. Class struggle strategy and tactics of the working class. Marx and Engels not only worked out the general principles, but also the fighting methods of the proletariat. In their various books, and especially in their voluminous correspondence, are to be found the basic answers to most of the scores of complex questions of strategy and tactics which, for the past century, have been serious problems for the developing labor movement. Most of labor's later weaknesses on these questions have been due to failure or refusal to learn the lessons of Marx's writings. Inasmuch as we shall see in passing how the 3 successive international organizations of the working class have dealt with various of these questions, here we can do hardly more than to list a few of them. Marx and Engels realized very clearly that the working class, fighting against ruling classes that would use every form of violence to retain their class power, would have to be prepared themselves to meet force with force. Marx said, "Force is the midwife of every society, pregnant with a new one." Only in Great Britain and in the United States did he, under the circumstances of that time, which as Lenin later showed was before the rise of imperialism, consider bourgeois democracy advanced enough to raise the possibility of a peaceful transition by the workers to socialism. Marx and Engels, while realizing the necessity of the working class to make temporary alliances with other classes with whom its interests coincided at the time, even with the bourgeoisie in the struggle against feudalism, laid the greatest stress upon the fundamental necessity of the workers having their own distinct class organizations and policies, a basic lesson which the labor movements in many countries, notably the United States, have by no means fully learned even yet. Another problem that has plagued the labor movement for a century is how to establish the correct relationship between the struggle for the workers' immediate demands and the struggle for the establishment of socialism. But Marx, in the Communist Manifesto, gave a clear line for this in his basic statement that, quote, "The communists fight for the attainment of the immediate aims, for the enforcement of the momentary interests of the working class, but in the movement of the present they also represent and take care of the future of that movement." Marx understood very well, although in his writings he did not develop at a great length, the vital question of the role of the peasantry as potential allies of the revolutionary working class. Illustrating his understanding in this matter, Marx, referring to the revolution of 1848, said, "The whole thing in Germany will depend on the possibility of covering the rear of the proletarian revolution by some second edition of the peasant war. One of the basic causes for the eventual failure of the Second International was precisely its inability to grasp this elementary proposition, the basis of which was worked out by Marx." Marx and Engels also worked out many other basic questions of strategy and tactics. They evaluated the roles in the class struggle of the trade unions and of the cooperative movement. They established a proletarian policy towards war and established the role of the general strike in the fight against militarism. They worked out the elements of proletarian policy in the national question as it then presented itself to the European labor movement. They demonstrated the international character of the workers' struggle for emancipation, the greatest of all labor watchwords being that of working men of all countries unite, the closing words of the Communist Manifesto. The two great communist pioneers, Marx and Engels, also swept aside all the existing uncertainty and utopian speculation about socialism and placed the question upon a scientific basis. They uncovered the economic workings of the capitalist system that was exploiting the toiling masses, that was organizing the working class, and that was making the advent of socialism inevitable. They demonstrated that the workers were the historical gravediggers of capitalism, that only the proletariat could lead their respective peoples to socialism. Without attempting, as the utopians did, to trace out every detail of the future society, Marx and Engels showed that it would be the dictatorship of the proletariat, and that socialism, with its motto of "from each according to his ability, to each according to his work," would be the introductory phase of a still higher social structure, communism, with the principle "from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs." This basic Marxist analysis has been completely sustained by the one-third of the human race, now definitely on the march to socialism and communism. Together, Marx and Engels laid the theoretical and practical foundations of the modern movement for socialism. Marx was the more towering genius of the two, but Engels was also a theoretician of extraordinary stature. Their collaboration was so close that it is impossible to distinguish the precise authorship of respective features of Marxism. Engels was very generous in conceding credit to Marx. Among many such expressions, he said that the basic ideas of the manifesto belong entirely and solely to Marx, and again he said, "These two great discoveries, the materialist conception of history and the revelation of the secret of capitalist production through surplus value, we owe to Marx. With these discoveries, socialism became a science." Engels, besides his collaboration with Marx, personally produced several very valuable books, classics of socialism. He also performed the gigantic task, after Marx's death, of working up Marx's mountains of notes into the second and third volumes of Capital. Lenin thus evaluates Engels. After his friend Karl Marx, who died in 1883, Engels was the most remarkable scientist and teacher of the modern proletariat in the whole civilized world. 3. The Revolution of 1848. The Revolution of 1848 was one of the series of upheavals by which the capitalist class progressively established its rule in Western Europe and eventually throughout the world. The movement, which Marx called the Continental Revolution, started in France and quickly enveloped Germany, Austria, Italy, Hungary, Belgium, Portugal, and other European countries. England and Ireland also distinctly felt it, and its influence was sharp, as far east as Poland and Russia. Repercussions of it took place even in the United States and in Latin America. It was one of the biggest blows ever delivered by rising capitalism against the decadent feudal system. The basic cause of the broad bourgeois revolution was the pressure of rapidly growing capitalist industrialization with the equally swiftly expanding working class against the cramping economic and political fetters of obsolete feudalism. The immediate reason for the revolution was the deep and general economic crisis of 1847, which produced a widespread industrial shutdown, great unemployment, and wholesale mass destitution. Among its other effects, the revolution constituted a major challenge to the newly organized Communist League with its famous program, the Communist Manifesto, which had forecast the upheaval. The 1848 revolution was a decisive force in shaping the general European situation, into which a few years later the First International was born. The Revolution in France. The revolution began in France on February 24, 1848. It started in this classical land of revolutions because there industry was more developed than anywhere else on the continent. The French bourgeoisie was the strongest and most revolutionary. The working class was the most mature politically and accustomed to insurrectional methods, and the French feudal system, because of successive revolutionary blows since 1789, was the weakest in Europe. In his work, The Class Struggles in France, 1848 to 1850, Marx has provided the scientific history of the French phase of the Revolution. The Paris workers, rising and fighting under the red flag, overthrew King Louis Philippe, a product of the defeated 1830 Revolution. The workers had as allies the petty bourgeoisie and lesser big bourgeoisie in the struggle against the bankers and big financiers who were allied with the monarchists. The new provisional government which was created hesitated about proclaiming the republic, whereupon Rospel, a worker leader, warned that they must do this within 2 hours, or by then he would have an army of 200,000 workers battering at the doors of the Hotel de Ville. Before the deadline, therefore, the frightened government hastily plastered the city walls with placards reading République Française, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité. The workers also compelled the reluctant government to establish universal male suffrage, to admit workers into the National Guard, hitherto the privilege only of the middle class, to set up vast national workshops, employing 100,000 workers, shops which were supposed to wipe out poverty, and to organize a commission to study the general question of social reform. Alarmed at the revolutionary spirit of the workers, the bourgeoisie systematically organized their forces to crush their erstwhile worker allies. The new National Assembly, elected largely with peasant votes, was conservative. The reactionaries mobilized 24,000 men, mostly thieves and other lumpen slum proletarian elements, into the mobile guards. They attacked the national workshops, imposing systems of piecework and otherwise disrupting them. On May 15th, a small insurrection, led by Rospel, Blanqui, and Barbès, tried in vain to overthrow the now reactionary government. Finally, on June 21st, the big workshops were closed altogether. The government's provocations were all a deliberate scheme to push the workers into a futile general insurrection. Under these attacks, the workers of Paris rose on June 22nd in a fierce insurrection which Marx describes as the first great battle between the two classes that split modern society. On the walls ran these slogans: overthrow of the bourgeoisie, dictatorship of the working class. The workers, with unexampled bravery and talent, without chiefs, without a common plan, without means, and for the most part lacking weapons, held in check for 5 days the army, the mobile guard, the Parisian National Guard, and the National Guard that streamed in from the provinces. But it was a lost cause. The workers were finally beaten, and 3,000 of them massacred by the butcher, Cavaignac. Thousands more were thrown into prison. The defeat of the French workers in June 1848 had a profoundly reactionary effect upon the revolutionary situation all over Europe. Generally, the erstwhile revolutionary bourgeoisie fled into the arms of reaction, the feudalists and monarchists, and made common cause with them against the radical working class. The main political effect of all this was to slow down, but not to stop altogether, the march of the bourgeoisie to political power in the several continental countries. The conservative French National Assembly, on December 10, 1848, elected Louis Bonaparte as president. He seized dictatorial power on December 2nd, 1851, and a year later had himself proclaimed emperor as Napoleon III. This political adventurer was the man who was eventually to lead the French people into the great debacle of the Franco-German War of 1870 to 1871. The German Revolution. The Revolution of February 24th, 1848, begun in Paris, spread swiftly to Germany, Austria, Italy, Hungary, and other lands. These countries, like France, and for the same general reasons, were ripe for bourgeois democratic revolution. On March 4th, only a week after the revolution began in Paris, the workers and their allies rose in Cologne, Germany, and took charge of the city. On March 13th, the people of Vienna chased out Prince Metternich and his government and mastered that important city. And on March 18th, the people of Berlin rose in arms, and after an obstinate struggle of 18 hours had the satisfaction of seeing the king surrender himself into their hands. Similar uprisings took place in many other cities. A national assembly was elected, and a liberal government established. The bourgeoisie was in a position, by resolute action, to make itself master of all Germany and Austria. Marx and Engels, like all great communist leaders, were men of action as well as of theory. They not only analyzed the world, but they fought actively to change it. With both France and Germany in revolution, they chose the latter country, where they had the most roots, as their field of operation. Consequently, they hastened from Belgium to Prussia, locating themselves in revolutionary Cologne in the Rhine area. Among their most active co-workers were Stefan Born, Joseph Moll, Karl Schapper, Johann Becker, and Wilhelm Wolff. Marx explained later that they went to Cologne rather than to Berlin because, as it was more industrialized and had a more democratic regime, they would have greater freedom of action. The Communist League possessed only a handful of members in Germany, so Marx and Engels had to work through the broad democratic organizations at hand. During the struggle, the Communist Party of Germany was organized. Marx became the editor of the new Rheinische Zeitung, which was at first an organ of the liberal bourgeoisie, but which he turned into a journal supporting the workers. On the eve of the revolution, the democratic parties had met in Offenburg and worked out the program of the liberal bourgeoisie. This included freedom of thought and association, universal and equal male suffrage, a militia to replace the standing army, a progressive income tax, trial by jury, popular education, labor reforms, and parliamentary government, all within a united German republic. The heart of this program for the bourgeoisie was to unite fragmentized Germany into one state. In 1834, with the customs union, Zollverein, a long step had been taken in this direction, but the capitalists had further urgent need to get the whole chaos of the many states under one central government. When Germany finally became united in 1871 without Austria, the new unity was built out of a total of 25 states, 4 kingdoms, 5 grand duchies, 13 duchies and principalities, and 3 free cities, all previously independent states. There being a common interest between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie to overthrow the feudal monarchy and to establish a united democratic Germany, Marx and Engels and their followers actively supported this general program, but they did so with the understanding that the bourgeois revolution would be but the introductory stage of a more far-reaching proletarian revolution. Engels later on thus explained their policy. For us, February and March, the first phase of the revolution, could have the significance of a real revolution only if these months had not been the termination, but, on the contrary, the starting point of a prolonged revolutionary movement which the people would have developed further by their own struggle, and in which the proletariat would gradually have won one position after another in a series of battles. Accordingly, Marx and Engels militantly fought for a democratic republic, for a united Germany, including the German section of Austria, for the specific class demands of the workers, and for all-out support of the revolution in France, Hungary, and elsewhere. This general line of policy was that of permanent revolution, a policy which, under Trotsky distortions, was to play such an important role 2 generations later in the great Stalin-Trotsky controversy in the Russian Revolution. It was in harmony with the conception in the Communist Manifesto, which declared that the bourgeois revolution in Germany will be but the prelude to an immediately following proletarian revolution. Engels later admitted that he and Marx had miscalculated in their too early expectancy of the socialist revolution. But they were basically correct nevertheless in developing a socialist perspective in the German Revolution of 1848, in view of the revolutionary spirit of the German working class, and especially of the workers' February rising in Paris and their head-on armed collision with the bourgeoisie in the June counter-revolution. The question of socialism had been placed on the agenda of history in Europe. In fact, it was to be but a relatively short time until the French working class in the heroic Paris Commune of 1871 would demonstrate this great fact beyond all question. Betrayal by the capitalist class. The German bourgeoisie in 1848, instead of following up its initial revolutionary advantage by crushing the feudal states, wavered and temporized. The pretended new central authority of Germany, says Engels, left everything as they found it. They were more fearful of the revolutionary workers than they were of feudal reaction. They were afraid that their bourgeois revolution would indeed grow over into a socialist revolution. Therefore, essentially as the French bourgeoisie did after the February uprising, the German bourgeoisie allied itself with reaction against the working class. The National Assembly, installed by the liberal bourgeoisie, was afraid to break with the monarchy and kept on the road of compromise until it was dissolved by aggressive reaction. The bourgeoisie practically abandoned even its basic demand for a united Germany, not to mention a republic. Marx denounced the capitalist class as without initiative, without a universal historical calling, a doomed, senile creature. Without breaking with those middle-class elements still willing to fight, Marx and Engels threw their stress upon action by the workers. But, as the sequel showed, the proletariat was much too weak and immature politically to take the lead and to carry through successfully the bourgeois democratic revolution which the bourgeoisie itself was so flagrantly betraying, and a socialist revolution was not potential in the situation. The crushing defeat suffered by the workers in Paris in June 1848 revived reaction all through Germany and Eastern Europe. In November of that year, the militant counter-revolution reconquered Vienna, and in the same month dissolved the National Assembly of Prussia in Berlin. The people of Dresden took up arms, with Bakunin participating, and so did those of other localities. The masses awaited a general call to action from the National Assembly at Frankfurt, but this call never came. The bourgeoisie, which had a majority in that assembly, was busy selling out the nation to the counter-revolution in its own narrow class interests. By July 1849, the German Revolution, begun so auspiciously 16 months earlier, was entirely subdued, and the counter-revolution was again in the saddle. The bourgeoisie did not win the decisive victory in the revolution, as they could have done, but they managed, nevertheless, to open the doors sufficiently for the rapid industrialization of Germany. This was what they wanted, basically, and having secured it, they promptly betrayed their worker, peasant, and middle-class allies. This treachery was in the nature of the capitalist beast. It was a basic lesson that was to be learned afresh by the working class and the Negro people in the Second American Revolution, 1861 to 1865, and by the workers and other democratic forces in the many other bourgeois revolutions of the future. Another basic lesson stressed by the 1848 revolution was the imperative need for the workers to have an independent party of their own. With counter-revolution victorious in Germany, great numbers of revolutionists had to leave the country. Masses of them immigrated to the United States, there to play a very important role in the fight against chattel slavery and in building the young labor movement. Marx, Engels, and various other fighters returned to London. Years of political reaction. The decade between the defeat of the 1848 revolution and the establishment of the First International was generally a period of political reaction, of rapid industrialization, of extensive growth of the working class, and of lessened revolutionary struggle. In France, Germany, and elsewhere, revolutionaries were persecuted, an outstanding example of this being the celebrated Cologne trial of 1852, where 9 communist leaders were accused of high treason. The trial, based on stool pigeon and provocateur testimony, resulted in the conviction and jailing of 7 7 of these leaders for long prison terms. The rapid expansion of European industry was especially marked in Great Britain, the leading capitalist country. In these years, there was some improvement in the conditions of the English workers. Beer says that, in the period from 1846 to 1866, money, wages, as well as real wages rose as a result of the expansion of trade and the repeal of the Corn Laws. This dampened down considerably the workers' revolutionary spirit. Webb remarks that in this period, under the influences of the rapid improvement and comparative prosperity, the Chartist agitation dwindled away. Nevertheless, a substantial growth of British trade unionism took place, with trade union councils being just established in many cities during the latter 1850s. In Germany, under much more severe political conditions, the trade unions barely began to sprout. Upon their return to London from Germany after the Revolution, Marx and Engels reorganized the Communist League, but the organization became the victim of factionalism. Marx and Engels made a stand against the adventurous policies of the Willich-Schapper faction, which wanted to organize a hopeless putsch in Germany. Marx warned of the danger of playing at insurrection. He also collided with the utopian vagaries of Wilhelm Weitling. In 1852, the League split in two and broke up. During this general period leading up to the formation of the International Working Men's Association, Marx lived in deep poverty, in a small house, in Soho, London. Engels was located in Manchester under more favorable conditions. He frequently aided Marx financially to enable him to carry on his studies and writing. The two were the closest friends and collaborators, not only politically, but personally. The following letter, written by Marx a few weeks before the Cologne trial, illustrates the dire conditions under which this great scientist and revolutionist worked and lived. My wife is sick. Jenny, Marx's oldest daughter, is sick. Lena, housekeeper for the Marx family, is also ill, with some kind of nervous fever. I cannot call a doctor as I have no money for medicine. During 8 to 10 days, my family has existed only on bread and potatoes, and it is not at all certain that I can get even these tomorrow. It would be very good, and perhaps I ought to wish it, that the landlady would throw me out of the apartment. I would then be freed at last from a debt of £22. Then there are the bills of the baker, the milkman, for meat, etc., which are also pressing me. This was an extremely productive period for Marx, despite his great handicaps. In 1852, he published in Die Revolution Joseph Wedemeyer's paper in the United States, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, a masterly analysis of the revolution and counter-revolution in France, in 1848 to 1852. From 1852 to 1862, Marx, who had become a regular correspondent for Horace Greeley's paper, the New York Tribune, wrote brilliant articles for that paper on Europe and Asia, and also fundamental analyses of the American anti-slavery fight and the early stages of the American Civil War. In 1859, he published his Critique of Political Economy, one of his basic writings on economics, but his major activity was in writing his monumental work, Capital, the first volume of which appeared in 1867. 4. The founding of the First International. 1864. Like the capitalist system, the labor movement is fundamentally international. As industries and transportation and communication systems surmount all national borders, so does proletarian class consciousness. The spread of capitalism to the various countries and the development of the world market inevitably generates sentiments of internationalism among the workers. This is especially the case as they begin to break with bourgeois conceptions and turn their attention to socialist policies and perspectives. The political maturity of a given labor movement can be measured pretty much by the degree of internationalism animating it. In the early 19th century, the young proletariat already sensed a strong need for solidarity on an international scale. The workers had need to know and support each other in their growing economic and political struggles against the voracious capitalists who, although sharply antagonistic to each other along national lines, nevertheless displayed a strong international unity against the specific demands of the working class. More concretely, the workers had to fight against international strike-breaking, and they also sensed a growing need to struggle against against war. The more socialist they became, the more internationalist they grew. The innate internationalism of the workers was also stimulated by strong international trends among the radical sections of the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie. In the revolutionary establishment of capitalist domination, these classes definitely cooperated across national lines, particularly in the various revolutions of this general period. This was exemplified by the international bourgeois support given the American Revolution in 1776, the French Revolution of 1789, the French Revolution in 1848, and the German, Italian, Hungarian, Polish, and other bourgeois revolutions. Largely intellectuals, these radical bourgeois elements also penetrated most of the workers' international movements of the times and tried to use them in their own class interests. Precursors of the First International. England, the heartland of early capitalism, which had the largest and best developed working class, and which gave birth to trade unionism, naturally became the scene of the most preliminary efforts of the proletariat at international solidarity and organization. Ever since the strong rise of the labor movement in the 1830s, there were many expressions of the growing worker spirit of internationalism. The Chartist movement displayed powerful internationalist trends. Lorwin calls William Lovett, one of its founders, the first working man of modern times with an international outlook. The Exiles League, 1834 to 1836, the Federation of the Just, 1836 to 1839, and the Communist League, 1842 to 1852, which we have dealt with in Chapter 2, were definitely internationalist and predominantly proletarian in outlook and membership. Their chief activities and centers were in England. A very important international organization of this period was the Fraternal Democrats, organized in London in September 1844 by groups of English fighters and European exiles. It declared that the earth, with all its natural productions, is the common property of all. Steklov says of it that, as far as its animating ideas were concerned, it was the first international organization of the working class, and in this sense may be regarded as a harbinger of the international. Harney, Jones, O'Brien, and other outstanding Chartist leaders were active fighters in this significant organization. Marx and Engels cooperated with the movement. The Fraternal Democrats were internationalist and concerned itself actively with the fights of the workers and other revolutionary developments on the continent. It definitely prepared the way for the First International. An important feature of this organization was that it initiated an organizational form which was later adopted by the First International, i.e. the establishment of secretaries for the respective countries. Thus there were secretaries for England, France, Germany, Italy, Poland, and Spain. The organization perished in the reaction following the 1848 revolution in Europe. The next significant international movement, also radiating out from England, was the Welcome and Protest Committee, later known as the International Committee and the International Association, organized in London late in 1855. This body too set up secretaries for the several countries in which it had contacts. Again, Ernest Jones and other Chartists were prominent figures in the movement. The committee held several big, mass meetings in celebration of the various European revolutions of the past, and it protested against the outrages of the current reaction in Europe. But by the end of 1859, the International Committee had disappeared. In France, too, powerful internationalist tendencies manifested themselves among the workers. They had strong international traditions, running back to Babeuf, the noted communist, in the Great French Revolution, as well as to fighters in the 1830 and 1848 revolutions, and also in the many other French people's upheavals. In 1843, Flora Tristan, in Paris, wrote a booklet calling for the establishment of a broad international organization. The Workers' Union, she said, should establish in the principal cities of England, Germany, Italy, in a word, in all capitals of Europe, committees of correspondence. In April 1856, a deputation of French workers went to London and proposed that there be set up a universal league of workers to conduct the struggle internationally. Among the most important activities of all these international groupings was their active support of the movement to abolish Negro chattel slavery in the British Empire, the United States, and throughout the world. There was for decades a strong abolitionist movement in which Chartist trade unionists and Owenites played a very important part. The British and American abolition movements worked in close cooperation. Between 1833 and 1860, William Lloyd Garrison, Frederick Douglass, and many other prominent American abolitionists visited England, where they were given a tremendous mass welcome. George Thompson, English labor abolitionist, also came over to the United States and was active in the local struggle. Prior to and during the Civil War, English trade unionists repeatedly held big demonstrations against slavery. In France, too, the working class displayed similar anti-slavery internationalist solidarity against the determined attempts of Napoleon III to bring Great Britain and France into the war on the side of the Confederacy. These pro-abolition, pro-peace activists, especially of the British workers, led to a letter of thanks from President Lincoln to the Manchester textile workers, who were at the point of starvation because of the cotton blockade. He said that the support constituted an instance of sublime Christian heroism, which has not been surpassed in any age, in any country. On March 2, 1863, the United States Senate expressed gratitude to the British workers for their support, and Marx, earlier in the New York Tribune, stated that it ought never to be forgotten in the United States that at least the working classes of England, from the commencement to the termination of the difficulty, have not forsaken them. The foundation of the First International itself took place in a rising wave of proletarian and bourgeois national revolutionary struggle, after the long period of reaction that had followed the European Revolution of 1848. Capitalism was growing rapidly all over Western Europe, and so was the working class, both in organization and in lighting spirit. The labor movement, particularly in England, was strengthening itself. The London Trades Council was formed in 1860, and similar bodies were taking shape in other centers. In Germany, the first trade unions were just coming into existence. Ferdinand Lassalle organized the General Union of German Workers, a political organization, in 1862, and August Bebel and Wilhelm Liebknecht were carrying on an active communist agitation, which was to bring about the organization in 1869 of the Social Democratic Workers' Party of Germany. In the United States also, in the period from 1863 on, the trade unions were growing swiftly. The great economic crisis of 1857, the first of a worldwide character, affected the workers deeply and gave birth to a strong strike movement in 1860 to 1862, both in England and in other countries, including the United States. Among the many developments in the powerful upsurge of bourgeois democratic national movements in the pre-First International period, there were several which especially aroused the workers of all countries and strengthened their urge for international solidarity. An important one was the sharp rise in the Irish liberation struggle, directed against the English oppressors. Another was a regrowth of strong mass sentiment for the unification and democratization of Germany. Still another was the Italian National Revolutionary War of 1859 against Austria, led by Garibaldi. This war culminated in the liberation and unification of Italy and the introduction of a number of democratic reforms. It caused enthusiasm far and wide among the workers in the capitalist world. Then there was the heroic insurrection in Poland in 1863. This revolt, drowned in blood by the Russian tyrant, evoked widespread expressions of proletarian sympathy and support. Finally, there was the Revolutionary Civil War in the United States, which was going on when the First International was formed. The organized workers in England, Germany, France, and elsewhere, from the outset of this great war, understood clearly that their class interests were decidedly with the North against the slave-holding South, and, as we have already remarked, on many occasions they gave voice powerfully to their strong abolitionist sentiments. Establishment of the International Working Men's Association. After the formation of the Second International in 1889, the IWA became known as the First International. Prior to that, it was generally simply called the International. The First International was launched on September 28, 1864, in St. Martin's Hall, London. Prior to this meeting, over 300 workers from France and 12 from Germany had visited the International Exhibition in London in 1862, and while there discussed with English trade unionists the project of a Workers' International. Also, on July 22, 1863, English and French workers in collaboration had organized a mass meeting in London to protest the suppression of the Krakow insurrection and to demand Polish independence. This led to further talks about an international, and some 4 months later, George Odger, prominent English union leader, wrote an address to the French workers on the need of international labor action. The French did not reply for a year, but when they did, they sent their answer to London by the same workers who had attended the joint meeting there in 1863. It was to receive their report that the famous meeting of September 28th was called in St. Martin's Hall. The meeting was a large one, heavily attended by working men and foreign-born exiles. Professor E.S. Beasley was in the chair. Marx was in attendance. Odger read the address, sent a year previously to the French workers. The address proposed, "Let there be a gathering together of representatives from France, Italy, Germany, Poland, England, and all other countries, where there exists a will to cooperate for the good of mankind. Let us have our congresses. Let us discuss the great questions on which the peace of nations depends." M. Toulaine, one of the French delegates, who was greeted with great applause, read the French answer. After reviewing the hardships faced by the workers, it called upon the workers of all countries to unite. The French then proposed that the new International have its headquarters in London, that the Beehive, an English labor paper, should be its official organ, that temporarily a voluntary dues system be established, and that the new body should be provisionally headed by a central committee with sub-commissions in all the capitals of Europe. The proposal was passed by acclamation, and a general committee of 21 was elected to carry out the purposes of the resolution. This committee was authorized to co-opt additional members as it saw fit. Early in October, the General Committee held several meetings at which the title of International Workingmen's Association was adopted and general officers were elected. George Odger was chosen president and William R. Kramer, honorary general secretary. There were corresponding secretaries chosen for Germany, Marx; America, P. Fox. Footnote: Peter A. Fox, correspondent for America, 1866-67, was an English journalist who joined the International at the St. Martin's Hall meeting. End of footnote. Italy, Poland, Switzerland, and France. The members of the nationalities of the Central Provisional Council, as further constituted, were English: Longmaid, Worley, Leno, Whitlock, Fox, Blackmore, Hartwell, Pigeon, Lucraft, Weston, Dell, Shearman, Niasse, Shaw, Lake, Buckley, Odger, Howell, Osborne, Carter, Gray, Wheeler, Stansby, Morgan, Grossmith, Kramer, Dick. French: Denol, Laloubes, Jourdain, Marchant, Leroux, Bordage, Buquat, Talendré, Dupont. Italian: Wolfe, Fontana, Setacci, Aldrovandi, Lama, Solustri. Swiss: Neuberly, Jung. German: Icarius, Wolff, Otto, Lessner, Fander, Lochner, Marx, Kant, Belater. Polish: Holtorp, Rybinski. The first Congress of the IWA was scheduled for 1865 in Brussels. The General Council at once set about formulating a political program and rules for the IWA. L. Wolfe, an emissary of Mazzini in Italy, read his program, which would have made the organization into a secret body, but it was rejected with the opposition of Marx. Weston, a veteran Owenite, also suggested a program full of confusion, and it, too, was voted down. Finally, a document by Laloubes, heavily tinctured with Mazzinism, was adopted. Marx was on the subcommittee to edit this confused document, and, as he says, he altered the whole preamble, threw out the Declaration of Principles, and finally replaced the 40 Rules by 10. The document, when finally adopted unanimously, was almost completely the work of Marx, except for some petty bourgeois phraseology about truth, justice, and morality that the General Council insisted upon inserting, as Marx complained later. That Marx was finally called upon to write the momentous document testifies to the broad influence of its celebrated predecessor, the Communist Manifesto. From the first day of its existence, Karl Marx was the intellectual head, the brilliant theoretician, and practical leader of the first Workers' International. The IWA Program and Constitution. The inaugural address of the IWA, its first statement of program, is one of the greatest documents in the history of the world's working class. It is a splendid example of the application of the principles of communism to the everyday struggles and general perspectives of the working class. The address declared, "It is a great fact that the misery of the working masses has not diminished from 1848 to 1864, and yet this period is unrivaled for the development of its industry and the growth of its commerce. Those who years before had prophesied that with the expansion of British industry, poverty would be automatically wiped out, had been completely refuted by reality. Government reports showed that for the worker life was, in 9 cases out of 10, but a struggle of existence. Actually, official figures showed that the worst of the convicted criminals, the penal serfs of England and Scotland, toiled much less and fared far better than the agricultural laborers of England and Scotland. And many groups of industrial workers were living below subsistence levels. Meanwhile, the wealth of the landowners and capitalists increased by leaps and bounds. The address analyzed the period of reaction that had set in all over Europe after the defeat of the Revolution of 1848. It hailed the great victory, in 1847, of the 10 Hours Bill, which the workers had won after 30 years of struggle. The 10 Hours Bill, it declared, was not only a great practical success, it was the victory of a principle. It was the first time that in broad daylight, the political economy of the middle class succumbed to the political economy of the working class. All over Western Europe, the governments were being compelled to adopt similar legislation. The address heartily endorsed the cooperative movement that was then making progress, but this alone, it said, will never be able to arrest the growth in geometrical progression of monopoly, to free the masses, nor even to perceptibly lighten the burden of their miseries. The address laid central stress upon political action. To conquer political power, it declared, has therefore become the great duty of the working class. The workers have one element of success, numbers, but numbers weigh only in the balance if united by combination and led by knowledge. The workers of Europe had paid dearly for their lack of organization. The address also stressed the need of the workers having a foreign policy. If the emancipation of the working classes requires their fraternal concurrence, how are they to fulfill that great mission with a foreign policy in pursuit of criminal designs, playing upon national prejudices, and squandering in piratical wars the people's blood and treasure? It congratulated the working class of England for saving Western Europe from becoming involved in the American Civil War. The address sharply declared for a democratic and peaceful foreign policy. The fight for such a foreign policy, it stated, forms part of the general struggle for the emancipation of the working classes. The document ended with the great historic slogan of the Communist Manifesto, "Proletarians of all countries, unite." The provisional rules or constitution of the association provided for the organizational measures described above. It begins with a preamble, calling for organization as follows: that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves, that the struggle for the emancipation of the working classes means not a struggle for class privileges and monopolies, but for equal rights and duties and the abolition of all class rule, that the economical subjection of the man of labor to the monopolizer of the means of labor, that is, the source of life, lies at the bottom of servitude in all its forms, of all social misery, mental degradation, and political dependence. That the economical emancipation of the working classes is therefore the great end to which every political movement ought to be subordinate as a means. That all efforts aiming at that great end have hitherto failed from the want of solidarity between the manifold divisions of labor in each country, and from the absence of a fraternal bond of union between the working classes of different countries. That the emancipation of labor is neither a local nor a national but a social problem, embracing all countries in which modern society exists, and depending for its solution on the concurrence, practical and theoretical, of the most advanced countries. That the present revival of the working classes in the most industrious countries of Europe, while it raises a new hope, gives solemn warning against a relapse into the old errors, and calls for the immediate combination of the still disconnected movements. 5. Trade unionism, Proudhon, Lassalle, and Bakunin. The struggle of the working class involving the protection of the workers' interests under capitalism, the abolition of the capitalist system, and the establishment of socialism is a highly complex matter. The revolutionary science of this struggle is Marxism, or in our days, Marxism-Leninism, which represents the sum total of the lessons learned by the proletariat and its allies in their worldwide century-long battle against the exploiting classes. The historical progress of a given labor movement is to be measured directly by the extent to which it has mastered and absorbed the principles of Marxism. During the course of the class struggle, the working class, on its way finally to acquiring a Marxist consciousness, either spontaneously generates or absorbs from hostile classes many erroneous conceptions about its position in society and the way for it to emancipate itself. Thus originate many movements in labor's ranks, referred to by Marx as sects, but now generally known in Marxist terminology as right and left deviations. Originally, some of these sects, for example the utopian socialists, played a constructive role, but as the labor movement matured and expanded, they became reactionary. Usually these sects, or deviations, have had a grain of truth in them. That is, they are based upon necessary working class ideas, organizational forms, or tactics, which by distortion, exaggeration, and misapplication are twisted entirely out of their real significance. Frequently, the sects also build their own specific conceptions of how to do away with capitalism and to construct socialism. These sects, always helpful to the capitalists and injurious to the solidarity and struggle of the labor movement, in times of revolution can become counter-revolutionary, as the workers were to learn by bitter experience in the decades after Marx's death. At this point, it is well for us to interrupt our chronological history of the First International and to analyze some of the major ideological currents within that organization. It contained several sects, and they played decisive roles in the movement. To eliminate such harmful sects and to inculcate true principles of working-class revolutionary science has always been the basic concern of Marxists, as it also was that of Marx and Engels in the days of the First International. In a letter in November 1871 to Friedrich Bolt, a prominent American member of the IWA, Marx said, "The International was founded in order to replace the socialist or semi-socialist sects by a real organization of the working class for struggle. The original statutes in the inaugural address show this at a glance. The development of socialist sectarianism and that of the real labor movement always stand in inverse ratio to each other. The history of the International was a continual struggle of the General Council against the sects and against amateur experiments, which sought to assert themselves within the International against the real movement of the working class." At the time of the foundation of the First International, there was relatively only a small handful of Marxists, of those who fully grasped the significance of the revolutionary writings of Marx and Engels. The sectarians of various kinds dominated the young and weak movements in their respective countries, and they were also a large majority at the congresses. The reason the Geneva and other early congresses were able nevertheless to turn out so much good policy was because the great bulk of it was written by Marx himself. At that time, the earliest sectarians of all, the utopian socialists, had just about faded out, as the labor movement, despite many errors, was at last beginning to grapple with real economic and political policies. There were, however, several brands of sects in existence, and future labor history was due to produce many more types. Pure and simple trade unionism. Throughout the life of the First International, its strongest mass organizations were the affiliated English trade unions. The extent of this support was indicated by the fact that, among other things, George Oger and W.R. Kramer, members of the famous trade union junta, the unofficial leading committee of the labor movement, were chosen president and honorary general secretary of the IWA, while many other prominent trade union leaders were also members of the General Council. At one time or another, the bulk of the unions in England were affiliated in some measure with the IWA. For a decade, the International played an important role in English labor affairs. Curious, however, in their book, History of Trade Unionism, the Webbs devote only a single footnote, page 235, to the International. During the period of the IWA, the British labor movement was in quite a different mood than it had been during the fiery years of Chartism in the 1840s. It was a time of rapid capitalist development and of the initial stages of British imperialism. Some improvement took place in the position of the working class, particularly of the skilled workers, and the labor movement lost most of its former revolutionary spirit. Lenin later gathered many quotations from Marx and Engels to the effect that the British labor movement at that time lacked the mettle of the Chartists, that the British worker leaders were developing into something between a radical bourgeois and a worker, and that the capitalists were attempting to bourgeoisify the workers. By 1866, the British unions were well into the time of what Engels called the 40 years' winter sleep of the proletariat. This was the general period of the rise of British imperialism. Rothstein remarks of this era, "There were new leaders, new methods, new interests, new aims, and the traces of the old Charterism vanished so quickly that its very memory was all but obliterated in the next generation, and the few survivors, like O'Brien Harney and Ernest Jones, seemed living anachronisms, almost curiosities." It was the period of the most pronounced pure and simple trade unionism, when the unions, mostly of the narrow craft variety, and showing little solidarity with each other, did not look beyond the framework of capitalist society and confined their aims to limited economic objectives. They went easy on strikes and built up extensive systems of mutual benefits in the unions. The unions, as such, took but little interest, generally in policies, and when they did, for the voting franchise, against certain repressive laws, etc., it was under the leadership of the Liberal Party and usually for the limited purpose of freeing the unions from legal restrictions. Odger, Kramer, and other trade union leaders in the IWA expressed these opportunistic moods. Their line represented bourgeois influence in the labor movement. They did not see in the International an instrument for the emancipation of the workers so much as a means to help the British trade unions, especially against the importation of strikebreakers from the continent. Unlike the Proudhonists and the Bakuninists, however, they never made a militant fight to dominate the IWA, but their opportunist ideology was a constant drag on the development of the International, and finally, as we shall see, it resulted in a definite rupture with the organization. Marx and Engels kept up a running battle against this pure and simple trade unionism or economism within the International, a deviation which was also later to play, and still does, a very important role in the American labor movement. Blanquism. Louis-Auguste Blanqui, 1805 to 1881, was an important leader among the French workers, especially from the middle 1830s to the Commune of 1871. He had studied law and medicine, but early became interested in politics. After the Revolution of 1830, in which he helped put Louis-Philippe on the throne, Blanqui cast in his fate with the working class movement. Vaguely, he was a communist and an advocate of the dictatorship of the proletariat. He based his policies upon armed insurrection and conspiratorial groups, and he took an important part in the many French revolutions of his period. In 1839, he led an abortive attempt in Paris to overthrow the reactionary government. He was very active, too, in the Revolution of 1848, as we shall see. He was also a central figure in the Paris Commune, jailed several times, and once sentenced to death. He finally died from natural causes. Blanqui spoke in the name of Babeuf, the early French communists. He eschewed all economic and political reforms. Blanquism, with its sole stress upon armed insurrection, was a characteristic product of the early French labor movement, which lived under harsh repressive conditions, had a background of militant revolutionary traditions, and worked largely under the influence of the revolutionary petty bourgeoisie. Blanqui knew nothing of building up strong political parties, mass trade unions, and broad cooperatives, and of participating actively in the everyday struggles of the working class for immediate demands. Confined mostly to France, Blanquism hardly threatened to control the International. It was definitely a leftist influence, however, in that organization, although many of its best fighters eventually became Marxists. Marx had a high opinion of Blanqui's revolutionary spirit, but he was no admirer of his conspiratorial policies. As an active political force, Blanquism died with the Paris Commune, but remnants of it lingered on, and finally the Blanquist Party in 1904 to 1905 amalgamated with the French Unified Socialist Party. Proudhonism. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809 to 1865, was a printer, self-educated, and highly intelligent. He was the father of modern anarchism. His influence during the 1860s was very extensive among the French workers, particularly the skilled handicraftsmen in the Paris luxury trades. He also had a big following in Belgium. During the first years of the International, his group was very influential in that body. His most important book, The Philosophy of Poverty, was published in 1846, and, says Marx, it produced a great sensation. The Proudhonists tried persistently to capture the International for their own purposes. Proudhon's program proposed the setting up of a vast system of producers and consumers' cooperatives, mutualist societies, he called them, which, by constant expansion, would come eventually to supplant the capitalist system. A prominent feature was to be free credit for the cooperatives through people's banks. In 1846, in a letter to Marx, Engels thus sums up the economic side of this plan. These people have got nothing more or less in mind than to buy up, for the time being, the whole of France, and later on perhaps the rest of the world as well, with the savings of the proletariat, and by renouncing profit and the interest on their capital. With his famous dictum that property is robbery, Proudhon referred to the property of the bourgeoisie, not that of the petty bourgeoisie. Proudhon argued that not only would the economic base of capitalism be liquidated by his cooperatives, but the state as well. The future society would be operated by his free mutualist associations. This system he named anarchy. This was a petty bourgeois conception, as Marx and Engels made clear. Moreover, it represented conservative sections of the petty bourgeoisie, which, being crushed by the rising capitalists, wanted thus to evade the struggle, whereas the radical sections of the bourgeoisie mounted the barricades time and again against its big capitalists and feudal enemies. Proudhon's general idea was that the workers and peasants could not emancipate themselves by struggle against the capitalists and the feudal remnants, but by gradually, through his cooperatives, becoming the owners of the land and the tools with which they worked. As for woman, her place was not in the shops or in politics, but in the home. Proudhon imbibed much of his general conception from Fourier and other great French utopians who preceded him. The repressive political conditions then existing in France caused many workers and peasants to turn to Proudhon's seemingly easy escape to freedom from the barbarous situation under which they lived. Proudhon rejected the class struggle in both theory and practice. He was opposed to labor unions, to strikes, to wage increases, and to labor legislation. Only in the last years of his life did he somewhat modify this drastic anti-labor stand. He was also opposed to a political party, declaring that the party is born of tyranny. He maintained that the era of revolutions had passed, unfortunately saying this only 2 weeks before the Revolution of 1848, which Marx and Engels had been predicting. Proudhon held that the state, which was oppressing the toilers and aiding the capitalists, could neither be democratized nor destroyed by a head-on attack. It had to be gradually supplanted by his mutualist system. Marx and Engels kept up a running battle against Proudhonism for 20 years, and in tune with the developing labor movement, finally smashed it. When Proudhon issued his famous book in 1846, The Philosophy of Poverty, Marx replied the following year with his celebrated work, The Poverty of Philosophy, in which he tore Proudhon's petty bourgeois utopia to shreds. This sharp attack ended forever the personal friendship which had hitherto existed between the two men. In the Communist Manifesto, Proudhonism was characterized as bourgeois socialism, which wants a bourgeoisie without a proletariat. Toulaine, Freiberg, and for a time Varlin were the principal leaders of the strong Proudhonist groups in France and in the earlier congresses of the International. Marx and Engels found themselves in constant collision with this group's recurring propositions, which were generally designed to cut down all class struggle theory and practice in the International and to turn the world's organized workers away from a perspective of the socialist revolution to an acceptance of the petty bourgeois capitalism of Proudhon. Lassallism. Several of the traditional deviations which have afflicted the labor movement in its march forward have related to the role of the cooperative movement. The cooperatives, as Marx pointed out in the inaugural address of the IWA, are a useful form of proletarian struggle and organization, but they by themselves cannot bring about the emancipation of the working class. The idea that they can free the workers springs up spontaneously, however, and this notion has long afflicted the cooperative movement. We have just seen how this illusion manifested itself among the Proudhonists of France. The English cooperatives generated similar pseudo-revolutionary ideas, but not to such a marked degree. Lassallism, which was a special form of the cooperative movement, was also afflicted with this type of illusion. Ferdinand Lassalle, 1825 to 1864, was born of Jewish parentage in Breslau, and he was educated in Berlin University. Becoming a Hegelian and a friend of Marx, he early interested himself in the fight for German national independence and democracy. He became a socialist and turned his attention to the emancipation of the working class. The way he envisaged this being accomplished was through the building up of a network of government-subsidized cooperatives, which would gradually replace the capitalist system. To ensure the government subsidies being realized, Lassalle called for the general franchise for the workers, erroneously assuming that universal men's suffrage would give the workers 90% of the seats in Parliament. Lassalle outlined his ideas mainly in the Working Man's Program, 1862, and the Open Letter, 1863, and to further his program, he founded the General Union of German Workers in 1863, a political organization. Lassalle thus became a pioneer political organizer of the German working class, although, unlike Liebknecht and Bebel, he never really became a Marxist. Lassalle's career was suddenly cut short in 1864, when he was killed in a duel. Marx praised Lassalle for his activities and said he had reawakened the workers' movement in Germany after its 15 years of slumber. Lassalle's opportunist line conflicted directly with the building of a broad trade union and political movement of the workers freely using all the weapons available to it, and Marx combated it vigorously as a petty bourgeois tendency. He declared that Lassalle's movement was nothing but a sectarian organization, and as such hostile to the organization of the genuine workers' movement striven for by the International. Lassalle had been one of Marx's earliest disciples, and he, together with Marx and Engels, had fought for a united, democratic German republic. In maneuvering for his pet project of state subsidies for cooperatives, Lassalle entered into dubious relations with the wily Prussian Chancellor Bismarck, who was always eager to try to demoralize the labor movement. For these dealings, which were later fully confirmed, Marx condemned Lassalle as having betrayed the workers' cause. Like Proudhon, Lassalle was opposed to trade unions and strikes as being futile and a waste of the workers' energies and resources. In his time, German labor unions had hardly been born. Lassalle undertook to justify his anti-union position on the basis of his so-called iron law of wages, according to which the workers were unbreakably bound to the barest subsistence levels, and any wage raises won by trade unions were supposed to be automatically cancelled by increases in living costs. Marx made a head-on collision with this petty bourgeois theory of Lassalle's. His analysis on the general question is contained in his famous booklet, Value, Price, and Profit, which is the text of his report to the General Council of the IWA in September 1865. The substance of Marx's position was to the effect that the workers, by organized economic and political struggle, could improve their living standards, a proposition which in our days, with scores of millions of workers in trade unions, has become obvious, but which in those days was a very important pioneer analysis. Marx showed that trade union action was capable of raising labor above subsistence level, just as concerted or monopolistic action on the employer's part could depress wages below that level. Marx thus laid the theoretical basis of the trade union movement. On the specific question of the effects of wage increases, Marx said in his report, a general rise in the rate of wages would result in a fall of the general rate of profit, but broadly speaking would not affect the prices of commodities. Marx warned, however, that the general tendency of capitalist production is not to raise but to sink the average standard of wages. Wage increases are not the way to emancipation. As for the trade unions, Marx criticized them for dealing simply with effects and not with causes. Instead of the conservative motto, "A fair day's wages for a fair day's work," they ought to inscribe on their banner the revolutionary watchword, "Abolition of the wages system." The Lassallians, of whom, following their leader's death, J.B. Schweitzer was the most prominent, played no great part in the congresses of the International, from which they generally held aloof, to shield themselves from police persecution. They were, however, a decisive force in the German labor movement, as we shall see in passing. The followers of Lassalle were important also among the workers of Bohemia and Austria, and they exercised a great deal of influence among the large numbers of German worker immigrants in the United States. Bakuninism. Michael Bakunin, 1814 to 1876, was born in Tver, Russia, of a rich, noble family. He served in Poland as an imperial officer, but quit in protest against the Tsar's tyranny there. An exile, Bakunin became a revolutionary, taking a leading part in the defense of Dresden in 1849. For this he was sentenced to death, but was later handed over to the Tsar's government, which sent him to Siberia in 1855. He escaped and returned to Europe in 1861, becoming highly active in anarchist circles. He died in Bern, Switzerland in 1876. Bakunin was a disciple of Proudhon, whom he knew personally. He accepted Proudhon's general conception of the state and of a future society based upon free associations of producers. But he substituted several new concepts in place of Proudhon's. He abandoned the idea of gradually liquidating the state by the growth of mutualist cooperatives and proposed instead that the state be destroyed by insurrectional attack. He also took a more tolerant attitude towards trade unionism. He came to insist that, short of insurrection, trade union struggles were the only practical fights. The unions, however, should look towards eventual insurrection, and in the future regime they would serve as the basic producing organizations. Bakunin thus became, in fact, one of the fathers of the future strong anarcho-syndicalist tendency. Bakunin called his program the anarchist system of Proudhon extended by us, developed and freed by us of all metaphysical, idealistic, and doctrinaire frills. Bakunin's principal ideas appear in his book, God and the State, which was published in 1882. In this book, he ties the state and religion together as the basic sources of authoritarian suppression, both of which must be violently destroyed. The main principles in his general program were A, the propagation of atheism, B, the destruction of the state, C, the rejection of all political action, as the state can be destroyed only by insurrection. He made a major point of the abolition of the right of property inheritance. Bakunin represented fundamentally the declassed petty bourgeoisie and peasantry, and the workers of the more industrially backward countries of Europe. Anarchism, the Bakunin variety and others, also existed mainly in the semi-feudal Catholic countries, where the Protestant bourgeois revolutionary reformation was not completed, and where the ultra-authoritarian Catholic Church saturated every phase of economic, political, and social life. This especially explains the aggressive anti-clericalism of anarchism. Bakunin did not stress social classes as such, nor did he understand the class struggle. He wrote of the poor people and the poverty-stricken sections of the population, and he contrasted the revolutionary spirit of the lumpen proletariat with the reactionary spirit of the labor aristocracy, among whom he included the bulk of the working class. He erroneously considered the pauperized as always being in a mood for insurrection. Of great vigor and militancy, Bakunin built for himself a large following in Italy, Spain, southern France, French, Switzerland, Russia, and eventually among the foreign-born workers in the United States. He joined the First International in 1868 and thenceforth led an increasingly bitter struggle for control of the organization. Inevitably, he came into direct collision with Marx and the communists. Thenceforth, the severe struggle between these irreconcilable groups colored the whole life of the International, and finally caused its disruption. The Marxists agreed in broad principle with the anarchists that the capitalist state had to be abolished, but they differed radically as to the methods by which capitalism as a system was to be done away with, and also as to what kind of social regime would take its place. Marx collided with Bakunin on three major questions. A. The political struggle of the working class. B. The proletarian dictatorship. C. The proletarian party. Marx especially combated Bakunin's conspiratorial and terrorist line. As Bernstein says, for Bakunin, will and not economic conditions was decisive in changing things permanently. This type of thinking led straight to putschism. All these proved to be life and death questions in the International and, later on, also in the general labor movement. Bakunin looked with scorn upon all fights for political reforms. He particularly condemned political action aimed at the democratization of the bourgeois state, and he endorsed strikes only in the sense that they were small insurrections with partial objectives pending the coming of the general insurrection that would end capitalism altogether. On the other hand, Marx had a practical appreciation of the value of both economic and political reforms, wage increases, shortening of hours, regulation of child labor, factory legislation, extension of the franchise, etc. This was shown by the vast attention paid, with Marx's approval, by the General Council and the IWA Congresses to strikes, the building of unions, and the development of various political struggles for partial demands, along with their consideration of major political problems. Yet no one understood better than Marx that working-class emancipation could never be achieved by such partial demands. To free the workers is the task of the proletarian revolution, but this must be accomplished not by a few conspirators, as Bakunin supposed, but by the main body of the workers in action. As Marx repeatedly expressed it, the most basic advantage to the workers of their daily struggles is the class consciousness and organization that they gain from them. The Marxists, as exemplified in the Communist Manifesto itself, had both a minimum and a maximum program. The Bakuninists only had a maximum program. This was the difference between a broad revolutionary mass movement and a narrow, pseudo-revolutionary sect. Bakunin took the position that when the masses dealt the killing blow to the capitalist system, this would be the end of the state automatically, and that it would be immediately replaced by his free federation of persons, communes, districts, nations. Marx and the communists also looked forward ultimately to a social regime in which there would be no repressive state government, but they ridiculed Bakunin's conception that this would come virtually overnight with the downfall of capitalism. Already, in 1848, in the Communist Manifesto, Marx had made it clear that there would be an intermediate period, the dictatorship of the proletariat. This would be the class rule of the workers, for only on this basis could the counter-revolution be repressed, the capitalist state destroyed, and the classless socialist society without a state eventually be established. The immediate aim is the dictatorship of the proletariat. The ultimate aim is a stateless society. The Bakuninists vigorously opposed the whole concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat. They fought simply for the destruction of the state. The Marxists fought for the seizure of power by the working class. It boiled down to the immediate and final program of the Marxists versus the simple maximum program of the Bakuninists. Bakunin also carried his extreme anti-authoritarian ideas into the realm of political organization. His general conception was that of a highly decentralized movement, playing upon spontaneity, with the national sections completely autonomous and the international hardly more than a correspondence center. Marx, on the other hand, conceived the international to be the beginning of a solidly organized world political organization of the workers, and the General Council as the germ of an effective world leadership. Endless, bitter quarrels developed between Marxists and Bakuninists over this practical organizational question. as well as over matters of political tactics and ultimate objectives. Bakunanism made the basic error of foreshortening and oversimplifying the revolution, of failing to understand the need for the dictatorship of the proletariat, or not understanding the revolutionary role of the working class, of grossly underestimating the importance of the workers' imperative drive for immediate reforms, of trying to make atheism a condition of working class unity in the struggle, and of ignoring the fundamental necessity for a strong political party. Therefore, it had to go down to defeat before Marxism, which was incomparably more realistic in all these respects. Chapter 6. Consolidation. The Geneva Conference. 1866. The IWA meeting in Geneva was the first World Labor Congress ever held. Therefore, it confronted a host of problems which were unique and difficult to an extent hardly understandable in our era of multiple labor congresses. Originally, it was planned to hold the Congress in Brussels in 1865, but the date was too soon because of the reactionary nature of the Belgian government. The city was also unavailable. Instead, in 1865, a preparatory conference was held in London, which finally decided that the Congress should take place September 3, 1866, in Geneva, that is, 2 years after the St. Martin's Hall meeting. The basic ideological difficulty confronted by the new International Working Men's Association was the multiplicity of sects composing it, and the greatest organizational difficulty was the lack of working-class movements in the respective countries. In most places, the labor movement was barely coming into being. The rules of the organization provided for the affiliation of working men's societies, a characterization which was interpreted to embrace all labor organizations of all sorts. The first Congress was, therefore, made up of representatives of trade unions, political organizations, which were mostly small secret groups on the continent, mutual benefit societies, consumers' cooperatives, educational groups, etc. Save the LaSalle organization in Germany, there were no national labor or socialist parties yet in the various countries. The IWA continued throughout its existence upon this broad, all-inclusive basis. The Congress call was greeted enthusiastically by the advanced workers, and wherever the organizers, voluntary, of the Congress went, they got a good reception. The most substantial response was among the union workers in England. The Sheffield Trade Union Congress of 1866 endorsed the IWA and recommended that local unions affiliate with it. The London Trades Council took a similar cooperative position, but it refrained from affiliating itself. When the Geneva Conference assembled, there were 15 English trade unions represented with a stated membership of 25,173. The Proudhonist mutualist groups of France and Belgium also rallied strongly to the Congress, and active workers eagerly set to work to enlist the scattered labor groupings of all sorts, such as then existed in Germany, Austria, Spain, and Switzerland. Each of the sections of this movement which came into the ranks of the International brought with it whole mountains of petty bourgeois rubbish, childish illusions, doctrinaire fancies, sectarian impotence, and national prejudices, all of which Marx, Engels, and the handful of developed communists had to combat. There was also a response in the United States, Steckloff reporting a workers' congress in Chicago on August 20th, 1866, as endorsing the new International. The National Labor Union held its founding convention, representing some 60,000 workers, in Baltimore, just 2 weeks before the opening of the Geneva Conference of the IWA. Marxists were very active in the formation of the NLU. Joseph Wedemeyer, leading American Marxists, died of cholera the day the NLU Congress opened. There was strong sentiment of support for the IWA, but the Congress declared that the time was too short to permit it to send delegates to Geneva. Marx was struck by the close similarity of the labor demands raised by the NLU Congress with those proposed by himself for the Geneva Congress. The American Marxists had much to do with this likeness between the two Congresses. In its opening Congress, the IWA also strongly attracted revolutionary petty bourgeois Republican elements who were playing a key role in the recurring bourgeois revolutions. Steklov reports these elements, mostly intellectuals, joining the organization in considerable numbers in various countries. He says that in France, doctors, journalists, manufacturers, and army officers gave their support. Not a few persons of note in the political world formally appended their names to the rules and constitution of the International. These elements obviously did not take into account the proletarian character of the new organization and its revolutionary purposes. Neither did the bourgeois press and governments of the time, which paid no great attention to the Geneva Congress. Political activities of the IWA. As the coming years were to demonstrate, the IWA supported all working-class struggles and cultivated all kinds of proletarian organization, economic, political, and educational. Its fundamentally political character was already made quite clear in the 2 years between the establishment of the IWA in September 1864 and the holding of its first Congress in September 1866. For the first time under IWA leadership, the proletariat began to have an important say in the conduct of international affairs, hitherto the sacred preserve of the ruling classes. This marked a new milestone in social progress. During this interim period, the General Council of the International paid considerable attention to the national liberation struggle going on in Poland at the time. Mass meetings and conferences were held in various cities to develop working class and general support for the hard-pressed Polish fighters for freedom. Another major struggle to which the Council gave direct aid was the fight of the British working class for the ballot. For a generation, the workers had been struggling for the right to vote, but it was not until 1867 that they finally succeeded in winning it. What the capitalists had been able to refuse to the Chartist movement in 1842 and 1848, they had to concede to the working class 2 decades later. A lesser reason for this concession was that the British employers, watching how the Emperor Bonaparte was manipulating to his advantage the broad suffrage existing in France, no longer had such deadly fear of the vote as in the Chartist years. In the period prior to Geneva, the General Council also took a constant interest in the Great Civil War then going on in the United States. It participated actively in mobilizing anti-slavery sentiment and in bulking the various pro-South maneuvers of the British and French governments. When Lincoln was elected for his second term, the Council, on November 29, 1864, sent him a letter or address of congratulations and appreciation, written by Marx. Through the ambassador, Charles Francis Adams, in London, Lincoln replied with a friendly note. The IWA letter praised Lincoln as a single-minded son of the working class and stated that from the onset of the Civil War, the working men of Europe felt instinctively that the Star-Spangled Banner carried the destiny of their class. On May 13, 1865, the General Council also sent an address to President Johnson, which was likewise written by Marx, expressing profound sorrow and indignation at the assassination of President Lincoln. The letter paid a glowing tribute to Lincoln and also called Johnson's attention to the tremendous work of political reconstruction and social regeneration confronting his government. On the composition of the General Council which conducted these militant activities, Marx said in a letter to Joseph Wedemeyer, 1818 to 1866, in the United States, its English members consist mostly of the chiefs of the local trade unions, that is, the actual labor kings of London, the same fellows who prepared the gigantic reception in Garibaldi and prevented Palmerston from declaring war upon the United States, as he was on the point of doing, through the monster meeting in St. James Hall, under Bright's chairmanship. In the determined struggle against the pro-slavery activities of the British government, begun by the trade unions and abolitionists, and then carried on by the First International, a fight which was led personally by Marx and Engels, the workers laid the basis for one of the major continuing struggles of the world's workers and one which now has more urgency than ever, the fight against war. And, vitally significant, their fight was a successful one. Undoubtedly, the resistance put up by the British working class was a decisive factor in preventing the British government from entering the Civil War on the side of the South, an eventuality that might well have been fatal to the cause of the North. The 1864 inaugural address of the IWA, voicing the same opinion as Marx had in his letter to Wedemeyer, stated that it was not the wisdom of the ruling classes but the heroic resistance to their criminal folly by the working classes of England that saved the West of Europe from plunging headlong into an infamous crusade for the perpetuation and propagation of slavery on the other side of the Atlantic. In a congressional debate in 1879, Senator Hoare of Massachusetts attested to the correctness of this historic statement by arguing that it was the angry growl of the workingmen of Lancashire that had kept the British government from going to war against the United States during the Civil War. The work of the Congress. The Congress in Geneva, September 3rd through 8th, 1866, was made up of 60 delegates, representing 22 sections of the IWA. From Switzerland, there were 20 delegates, representing 13 sections, plus 14 others from trade unions and various bodies. From France, 17 delegates, representing 4 sections, and from Germany, 3 delegates, who were living in London, representing 4 sections. Odger, Carter, Young, Icarus, Kramer, and DuPont of the General Council were present, but not Marx. The delegates were of various political tendencies, which we have discussed in the previous chapter. This diversity, ideologically, made the work of the Congress difficult, a fact which was accentuated because the delegates were striking out into virtually new territory in handling the business before them. They were laying the first foundations of working-class international mass organization and tactics. Despite these handicaps, however, the Congress was highly constructive. Practically everything it did has since stood the test of later labor experience throughout the world. All the resolutions passed by this Congress, which formulated the basic demands of the proletariat and which were written almost exclusively by Marx, entered into the practical minimum programs of all working-class parties. The main points on the agenda were: 1. To consolidate with the help of the association the efforts that are being made in the different countries for the struggle between labor and capital. 2. The trade unions, their past, present, and future. 3. Cooperative labor. 4. Direct and indirect taxes. 5. Shorter working hours. 6. Female and child labor. 7. The Moscow invasion of Europe and the restoration of an independent integral Poland. 8. The permanent armies, their influence on the interests of the working class. Marx and Engels understood the IWA to be the start of an international political party of the working class, and it was upon this basis that it was built. The Congress laid the foundations of its general political program by formally adopting, with but small changes, the inaugural address issued by the General Council 2 years earlier. This gave the IWA an international outlook, a general revolutionary perspective, and an approach to active participation in all the daily struggles of the working class. The Congress also accepted the rules as previously written by Marx. The International was based on local branches which were united in federal councils in the respective countries. Affiliations of trade unions, educational societies, etc. were also accepted. Each organization, large or small, was to send one delegate to the Congress. The General Council was elected by the Congress and was responsible to it. The council was to carry out the Congress decisions and to give political guidance to the whole movement. Dues were set at 30 centimes, 3 pence, annually. From the outset, the financial problem was severe. The International, during the years 1865 to 66, had received in income only about $285. At the Congress, an effort was made by the French delegation to restrict the IWA membership solely to proletarians, which would have excluded Marx and other experienced political leaders, but this was voted down, mainly at the instigation of the British delegates. One of the major achievements of the Congress was to work out a clear line on the question of trade unionism. In the various countries there was much confusion in this general matter, ranging from those conservative unionists in England, who saw in the unions merely instruments for winning minor economic concessions, to the Proudhonists in France, who looked upon trade unions in general as a needless burden and a danger to the working class. The Congress recognized the great value of trade unions in the daily struggle. It saw them as a powerful educational force for the working class, and it considered them of fundamental importance in the fight for proletarian emancipation. Marx had long considered trade unions as the basic nuclei of the working class. The trade union resolution written by him stated, "If trade unions have become indispensable for the guerrilla fight between labor and capital, they are even more important as organized bodies to promote the abolition of the very system of wage labor." The resolution urged the unions to pay more attention to political action than they were doing, and also to draw the masses of unskilled and agricultural workers into their ranks. The conception of trade unionism worked out at the pioneer Geneva Congress still remains by and large that of Marxists the capitalist world over. In connection with the trade union question, much attention was paid to the matter of international strike breaking. This especially affected the English unions, and also those in the United States. Repeatedly during their walkouts, English strikers had to face scabs brought over from Belgium, Holland, and France. The Congress alerted the workers to this danger and sought to develop a strong international solidarity to check it. Another vital piece of pioneer work done by the Congress was to clarify working class policy basically regarding cooperatives. This type of organization was relatively new at the time, and much confusion existed as to its potentialities, especially among the followers of Proudhon and Lassalle, who considered their brand of cooperation as the sole path to proletarian emancipation. The resolution, following in general the policy laid down previously in the inaugural address, while stressing the importance of cooperatives, especially producers' organizations, declared that by themselves they could not bring about the workers' emancipation. The Proudhonists, who advocated their panacea upon all occasions, managed, however, to induce the Congress to vote for the establishment by the International of a mutual credit bank, a project of which little or nothing more was heard after the Congress adjourned. An important action of the Congress was its endorsement of the legal 8-hour working day as an immediate political objective to be fought for. The workers in the capitalist countries were at the time fighting mainly for the 10-hour day, and the Congress action gave them a higher goal also to strive for. In the United States, as early as 1836, demands had been put forth in the labor press for the 8-hour day, and in 1842, the ship Carpenters of Boston established it in their work. The founding convention of the National Labor Union in 1866 made this one of its major issues. The slogan also had a history in England. The action of the Geneva Congress raised the question of the 8-hour day to the status of a basic international demand from then on, and in oncoming decades it was to assume the greatest importance. The Congress demanded the abolition of night work for women and the regulation of the work of women and children in industry. The French Proudhonists, declaring that women's place was in the home, condemned outright the employment of women in industry. The Congress did not demand the complete abolition of child labor, but its regulation. Youthful workers were divided into 3 age groups, 9 to 12, 12 to 15, and 15 to 18, with different working periods for each group. The basic idea was to combine industrial training and general education. In the question of taxation, which was on the agenda, the Congress supported the system of direct rather than indirect taxes. Refuting the position of those opposed to legislative action, who were to have generations of sectarian political descendants, the Congress, regarding labor protective legislation in general, declared that, by compelling the adoption of such laws, the working class will not consolidate the ruling powers, but, on the contrary, it will be turning that power which is at present used against it into its own instrument. The matter of the workers' attitude towards religion also came before the Congress at the instance of the French delegation. The matter, however, was brushed aside by the delegates, and no definite action on it was taken. Here again, the Congress gave a correct lead on elementary labor policy to oncoming generations of worker fighters. The question of religion, as such, is, of course, of real concern to a Marxist Communist Party and the working class, but it could only have been a divisive issue in a broad mass organization such as the IWA. Therefore, trade unions and other general mass economic and political bodies, while fighting against reactionary policies of the churches, have traditionally wisely refrained, as the Geneva Congress did, from involving themselves in the philosophical or doctrinal aspects of religion. The churches would be only too eager to split the working class on the basis of religious belief. Dealing with the armed forces of the respective nations, the Congress went on record for the abolition of standing armies and for the establishment of people's militias, therewith giving another basic lead in policy to the developing world labor movement. The Congress also sharply condemned the menace of Russian Tsarism in Europe and called for the reconstitution of Poland upon democratic and social foundations through enforcing the right of self-determination. Chapter 7. Growth. Lausanne and Brussels, 1867 to 1868. The period following the Geneva Congress of 1866 was one of growth and political progress for the First International. It was a time of rising working-class struggle, particularly on the economic field. The sharp economic crisis of 1866 and its consequences provoked a wave of strikes during the next years in England, France, Belgium, Switzerland, and other countries. In these strikes, the adherents of the International were very active, as a glance at the current minutes of the General Council reveals. IWA trade unions and strikes. The best known of the numerous strikes at this time was that of the Parisian bronze workers in February 1867. These workers had formed a union of some 1,500 members, whereupon the employers locked them out. The International came promptly to their aid. Under the lead of the General Council, the English unions sent more than £1,000 to help the strikers. As soon as the bosses saw this, said Marx, they gave in. This was a real victory for the bronze workers, and their union leaped to 4,000 members. The effect of this was immense, remarks Postgate. Trade unions sprang up all over France, and the economic struggle grew acute. The prestige of the International soared everywhere in Western Europe. This was well expressed by Assay, leader of the Creusot strikers in France, who, when brought to trial and asked if he were a member of the International, replied, "No, but I hope to be allowed to be." Other important European strikes were those of the London tailors, Geneva building trades workers, French silk workers, and the Charleroi coal miners. All these were occasions for strong rallies of support from the forces of the International. Most of the strikes resulted in victories for the workers. Especially was the solidarity effective in the case of English strikers. Postgate says that the supply of blacklegs scabs dried up at its source, and those already brought over were induced to desert. The strike of the Geneva building trades, resulting in a partial victory for the workers, attracted widespread international attention, and, in far-off America, the National Labor Union, in the rising trade union movement following the Civil War, led numerous important strikes. The International in the political struggle. The IWA not only gave active strike leadership, but also paid close attention to the political movement in the various countries. This struggle, too, was on an ascending scale, particularly in the fight for immediate legislative reforms. In North Germany, where the workers had secured the vote after the Austro-Prussian War of 1866, the forces led by Liebknecht and Bebel participated for the first time on February 12, 1867, in the national elections to Parliament. The suffrage was in general a new weapon in the hands of European workers, and its potentialities were as yet only beginning to be understood. In France, where in 1868 Emperor Napoleon III caused laws to be passed conceding the general male franchise and freedom of the press, the workers were making widespread use of their new liberties. Particularly in the broad political demonstrations of November 1867, the Paris workers displayed their rising militancy. In countries of more democracy, some achievements were to be registered, notably the passage in England of the Reform Act of 1867, which later extended to Scotland and Ireland, gave urban Englishmen workers the vote, however, leaving the rural proletariat and the women voteless. And in the United States, there was a victory in the issuance of an executive order by President Grant in 1869, virtually establishing the 8-hour day in government institutions, which was made a law by Congress on May 18, 1872. The major general political campaign of the IWA, however, in the period of 1866 to 1869, was its fight against the looming danger of war. In 1866, the 6 weeks' war between Prussia and Austria broke out, resulting in the complete defeat of the latter. The General Council denounced this as a reactionary war, neither side of which was entitled to worker support. At this time, war tension was developing fast between France and Germany. War clouds were also looming between the United States and Great Britain as an aftermath of the Civil War. The General Council called upon American workers to protest against this threatening war. From its beginnings, the International had sharply expressed itself against capitalist war, As we have seen, the General Council militantly fought against English participation in the American Civil War and condemned the Austro-Prussian War. The Geneva Congress also dealt with war under its order of business, respecting standing armies, and later, both the Lausanne and Brussels Congresses adopted anti-war resolutions. The Brussels resolution was more specific. After denouncing war as a great menace to the workers, it says, quote, "The Congress of the International Working Men's Association, assembled at Brussels, records its most emphatic protest against war. It invites all the sections of the association in their respective countries, and also all working-class societies and all workers' groups of whatever kind, to take the most vigorous action to prevent a war between the peoples, which today could not be considered anything else than a civil war, seeing that since it would be waged between the producers, it would only be a struggle between brothers and citizens. The Congress urges the workers to cease work should war break out in their respective countries." End quote. This resolution marked the beginning of the eventful long controversy in the international labor movement over the question of whether or not the general strike could be used effectively to halt war. The issue was to be raised again and again in international congresses. Marx, who opposed the concept, characterized as nonsense the formulation in the Brussels resolution. The anti-war discussion raised the question of the relationship of the IWA to the League of Peace and Freedom, a petty bourgeois pacifist organization. The League scheduled a peace congress for Geneva on September 9, 1867, right after the adjournment of the IWA Congress in Lausanne. In a letter to Engels on September 4, 1867, Marx sharply condemned the windbags of the League. Nevertheless, the Lausanne Congress, IWA, accepted the League's invitation and sent 3 delegates, Guillaume, de Payapi, and Tolaine, to attend its Congress, there to read the Lausanne anti-war resolution. The following year at Brussels, the IWA, again receiving a similar invitation from the League, rejected it and asked its members to join the International. This the League refused to do, however, lingering along to an unsung end. In these economic and political struggles, the International was laying the very foundations of the modern labor movement. At this time, in 1867, a great stride forward ideologically was also taken by the world's workers. This was in the publication, by Marx, of the historic Volume 1 of Capital. In this profound analysis of the capitalist system, especially, there is fully developed Marx's revolutionary theory of surplus value. A year later, the IWA officially praised and endorsed Marx's great work and urged all members to study it. The Congress of Lausanne. The Lausanne Congress of September 2nd to September 8th, 1867, the second of the IWA, consisted of 71 delegates, among them 38 Swiss, 18 French, 6 German, 2 British, 2 Italian, 1 Belgian, and 4 members of the General Council, Carter, Dupont, Icarius, and Lesner. Many sections lacking funds did not send delegates. The British pure and simple trade unionists mostly stayed away. Each section of the IWA was entitled to 1 vote. Although keeping in close touch with what was going on, Marx did not attend the Congress. For him, these were years of overwork, illness, poverty, and undernourishment. The French and Swiss mutualists, or Proudhonists, see Chapter 5, were very active at the Congress. As Meering remarks, they came well prepared, and they made their opportunist and Confucianist views felt throughout the gathering. Specifically, they managed to get resolutions passed deprecating strikes and endorsing their petty bourgeois panaceas of people's banks and free worker credits. An important and constructive action by the Congress was the adoption of a resolution to the effect that all the means of transport and exchange should be owned by the state. This action, says Steklov, was the first concrete formulation of the idea of collective ownership of the means of production and exchange, and it foreshadowed the fierce struggle which was subsequently to rage around this question in the International. A motion to nationalize the land lacking support was referred to the next Congress. Another important resolution, one which also foreshadowed later bitter struggles in the International, related to the fight for political reforms within the framework of the capitalist system. The point on the agenda read, quote, "Is not the deprivation of political freedom a hindrance to the social emancipation of the workers and one of the main causes of social disorder? How is it possible to hasten the reestablishment of political freedom?" End quote. The Congress finally resolved by unanimous vote that, quote, "Considering that deprivation of political freedom is a hindrance to the social progress of the people and to the emancipation of the proletariat, it declares, 1. That the social emancipation of the workers cannot be effected without their political emancipation, 2. That the establishment of political liberty is absolutely essential as a preliminary step." End quote. This section of the resolution, which was somewhat confused in other respects, agreed with the general position that had been developed previously by Marx. A major question discussed too by the Congress, as we have seen, related to the current danger of war. After Lausanne, this basic issue was destined to be a permanent point on the agenda of the world's workers in all their congresses. The Congress of Brussels. The Third Congress of the International was held in Brussels, September 6th through September 15th, 1868. The holding of the Congress in this city was in itself a political event of real importance, showing the growing strength of the International, for Belgium was one of the most reactionary countries in Western Europe. The Congress, the largest ever held by the International, was made up of 99 delegates, including 55 Belgians, 18 French, 7 Swiss, 5 British, 5 Germans, 2 Italians, 1 Spanish, and 6 from the General Council: Icarius, Young, Lesner, Lucroft, Shaw, and Stepney. Marx was not in attendance. The British still made up a majority of the General Council, but they displayed little interest in bringing a sizable delegation to the respective congresses. The political center of the Brussels Congress was the anti-war resolution previously referred to. Among other important matters dealt with, the question of strikes was reviewed, and after much discussion, the strike was recognized as a legitimate and inevitable weapon of the workers. Cooperatives were also re-endorsed, but with sharp criticism of the petty bourgeois business spirit often shown in their operation. On the question of machinery and industry, the Congress, while stating that the workers must have a say regarding its introduction into factories, also registered a concession to the mutualists by declaring that, quote, "Only by means of cooperative societies and through the organization of mutual credit will the producer be able to gain possession of machinery." End quote. The Proudhonists also scored in the matter of mutual credit for workers. Despite strong opposition, they put the International again on record for the establishment of workers' exchange banks, which were to free labor from the dominance of capital. On this matter, says Steklov, the Proudhonists secured their last victory in the International. The Proudhonists suffered a major defeat, however, at the Congress over the general attitude of the IWA towards property, specifically property in land, representing primarily the interests of the small shopkeepers and peasants. The mutualists strongly opposed the nationalization of the land, a question which had been referred from the Lausanne Congress. However, at Brussels, by a vote of 130 to 4, with 15 abstentions, the Congress adopted a resolution calling for not only the nationalization of the railways, but also of arable land, forests, canals, roads, telegraphs, etc. This was a decisive defeat for the mutualists, despite the various deviations towards Proudhonism made at its 3 early Congresses. The IWA, as Steklov remarks, was always fundamentally a collectivist organization. This was largely because of the clear leadership given by Marx in its inaugural address, and in many of its resolutions and practical policies. The communist or collectivist sentiment had been on the increase since the first Congress in Geneva, and in Brussels it registered itself decisively. Thenceforth, the Proudhonists were to play a very minor role in the IWA. The first strong international opposition to Marxism in the labor movement had gone bankrupt. Increasing capitalist attack. Upon the founding of the International in September 1864, the capitalists of Europe displayed only a mild interest in the organization. The bourgeois press barely noted its establishment. The idea of an international organization of the workers was such a novel proposition that it was easy to underestimate its potentialities. Some of the more sober bourgeois elements, as the liberals in England, the followers of Mazzini in Italy, as well as the reactionary Bonapartists in France, even believed they could make political use of the IWA. But the bourgeois elements were soon undeceived once the International got into action, especially so on the industrial field. The early years of the IWA, as remarked, were a time of many strikes, and the International undoubtedly gave strong leadership and encouragement to them. This startled the employers, who for the first time confronted a real international solidarity among the workers of various countries. They were particularly disturbed when they saw an end being put to their international use of strikebreakers in Europe, a practice which they were never again able to revive on a significant scale. The reactionary press was not slow to blame all the strikes and the political struggles of the period upon the International. They built it into a sort of political hobgoblin. Jacques says that, quote, "The years from Geneva to Basel made the International a frightful secret power in the eyes of the bourgeoisie, and the bearer of an approaching revolution in the eyes of the awakening proletariat." End quote. Thenceforth, the press widely practiced a campaign of slander and distortion against the IWA, misrepresenting its every act. In France, the police of Napoleon III proceeded against the members of the International, who were mostly Proudhonists. The government claimed that the International, by engaging in political activities in France, had laid its members open to prosecution. Consequently, from March 1868 to June 1870, 3 mass convictions of IWA members took place in Paris. These involved such well-known leaders as Tolaine, Varlin, Frankel, Chamal, Malon, Landrin, and many others. They got varying sentences up to 1 year in prison. The International was outlawed in France. This was the beginning of the reactionary attack which, a few years later, finally illegalized the IWA all over Europe. Growth of the International. As a result of its economic and political activities, the International grew apace in the several countries, nor could the increasing police persecution halt its progress. In this growth, IWA strike leadership was very important. In England, the 1869 Trades Union Congress urged all unions to affiliate with the IWA, and many trade unions appreciative of the work of the International did so. In France, in 1869, there were an estimated 200,000 members of the International. Lavoski says that, quote, "In all corners of France, local unions, resistance societies, mutual aid societies, political groups, men and women workers on strike, affiliated to the International Working Men's Association." End quote. In Belgium, following the coal and iron strikes there, more than 20 IWA branches were formed in industrial centers, and some of them had several hundred members. And Steklov states that a big increase in IWA strength followed the successful strikes in Switzerland. In Geneva alone, the number of members of the International grew by thousands. In addition, several fresh trade unions affiliated. However, no reliable total figures of membership at this time are available. In the United States, the International also had a strong following in the young trade union movement. The National Labor Union, from its foundation in 1866, was sympathetic to the IWA. Silvis, 1828 to 1869, Trevelyan, Jessup, Cameron, and others of its leaders were especially alarmed at the danger of the importation of strikebreakers from Europe, and they wanted IWA assistance. The scab menace had been accentuated by an act of Congress of 1864, which permitted, quote, employers to import laborers under contract and to check off transportation costs from wages, end quote. In 1867, the NLU convention voted to have Richard F. Trevelyan go as a delegate to the Lausanne Congress of the IWA, but because of the lack of funds, he was unable to attend. In 1868, J.G. Acarius, IWA General Secretary, invited the NLU to send a delegate to the Brussels Congress, but the NLU replied that it was financially unable to do so. In 1869, however, the NLU did finally get to send a delegate to the IWA. The finances of the International itself also were on a very low level. Usually, the General Secretary's meager salary and often the headquarters rent were unpaid. The workers of the world were yet to learn the important labor discipline of solidly financing their movements through well-kept dues systems. In this period, not only was IWA trade union membership growing, but also its political organization. The workers generally were taking the first tentative steps into independent political activity, breaking the tutelage of the left sections of the bourgeoisie, sections of the International, made up of individual members, in contrast to the bloc membership of the trade unions, multiplied in many West European countries. A start was also made in the United States. In October 1867, the Communist Club of New York, founded in 1857 by F.A. Sorge and others, became a section of the International, and in 1869 the German General Workingmen's Union, Lassallean Tendency, also affiliated to the International. Meanwhile, distinct tendencies were beginning to develop for the formation of national workers' parties, which in later years were to become the basis of all labor political internationalism. The most important development in this respect was the political movement being cultivated at the time in Germany, under the leadership of Wilhelm Liebknecht and August Bebel, which was to culminate in 1869 as the first mass social democratic party. In the United States, strong tendencies were also being evidenced towards independent working class political action. At its 1866 and 1867 conventions, the National Labor Union went on record for the formation of a National Labor Party, and in 1868 steps were taken to put the short-lived National Labor Reform Party into the field. In England, however, the workers, although very active in trade union struggles, were showing very little sign as yet towards the formation of a social democratic or Labor Party. They still continued their alliance with the Liberal Party, a misconnection based on the current swift upward development of British capitalism. Chapter 8. Bakunanism, the Basel Congress, 1869. The Fourth Congress of the First International took place September 6th through September 12th, 1869, in Basel. The movement was definitely on an ascending scale. The wave of strikes was continuing, involving Welsh coal miners, Normandy textile workers, Lyon silk workers, Geneva building trades, and many other groups in England, Belgium, France, Holland, Switzerland, and the United States. In all these struggles, adherents of the International stood in leading posts. Consequently, the IWA continued its rapid growth. In 1870, the French police estimated the International's membership as France, 433,785, Switzerland, 45,000, Germany, 150,000, Austria-Hungary, 100,000, Great Britain, 250 branches, 80,000, Spain, 2,728. Fantastic newspaper estimates ran as high as 7 million members. The real membership was far less than such figures, but no official statistics are at hand. In many localities, a workers' press was rapidly developing. On the European continent, there were in 1870 some 29 journals supporting the International. The Congress was made up of 76 delegates as follows: France, 26, Switzerland, 22, Germany, 10, Belgium, 5, Austria, 2, Spain, 2, Italy, 1, United States, 1, and 7 members of the General Council. Again, Marx was not present. The American delegate was W.C. Cameron, representing the National Labor Union. With very considerable exaggeration claiming to represent 800,000 members, Cameron told the Congress, quote, "Your friends in the New World recognize a common interest between the sons of labor the world over, and they trust the time is drawing nigh when their ranks shall present a united front." End quote. Cameron was especially interested in IWA action to prevent the importation of scabs into the United States, and he succeeded in having an immigration bureau established by the International, but it played no great role. All this indicated the strong support in the NLU for affiliation to the International. After listening to Cameron, the NLU Convention of 1870 declared its adhesion to the principles of the International Working Men's Association and expect at no distant date to affiliate with it, but nothing came of this. Silvis, a strong internationalist, had died in July 1869, and this was a heavy blow to NLU affiliation. The General Council of the IWA on August 18, 1869, sent a letter of condolence to the NLU, signed among others by Marx, highly praising Silvis as a fighter for labor and mourning his loss. In December 1869, the newly formed Colored National Labor Union also voted to send a delegate to the 1870 Congress of the IWA, but, as we shall see, this Congress never took place. The Eisenachers. An important development at the Basel Conference of the International was the appearance there of a strong German delegation of 10 members, among them Liebknecht, Rittenhausen, Becker, and Hess. They represented the Social Democratic Workers' Party, the first genuine socialist party to affiliate with the International. This organization, led chiefly by Liebknecht and Bebel, had been formed at Eisenach, Germany a month earlier in August 1869. After several years of preparatory work, the new party was generally called the Eisenachers. Wilhelm Liebknecht, 1826 to 1900, was born in Gießen, Germany, and was a teacher. He early became a Republican and took an active part in the German Revolution of 1848. Jailed and exiled from Germany several times, he worked for 13 years in London with Marx, becoming a developed communist. Liebknecht returned to Germany in 1861 and at once became active in the Young Labor movement. He became the outstanding leader of the German working class. A co-worker with Lassalle, Liebknecht, father of Karl Liebknecht, wrote many pamphlets and books, and was long a member of the Reichstag. August Bebel, 1840 to 1913, was born near Cologne, Germany, the son of a non-commissioned officer in the Prussian army. He became a wood turner and affiliated himself to the Lassalle organization. In close association with Liebknecht, Bebel became a Marxist. Both of them actively opposed the Austro-Prussian War of 1866. A brilliant orator, Bebel won a wide following. His most noted book is Women and Socialism. Together with Liebknecht, he was instrumental in bringing about the amalgamation of workers' organizations at Eisenach, which was the beginning of the German social democracy. For over 40 years, Bebel stood at the head of the German Social Democratic Party. The revolutionary spirit of the Young Socialist Party was illustrated by a public speech made by Liebknecht in 1869, for which he was sent to jail. He said, quote, "Socialism is no longer a question of theory, but simply a question of power. It cannot be settled in Parliament, but only on the streets, on the battlefield, like every other question of power." End quote. The launching of the Social Democratic Workers' Party at Eisenach did not, however, unite the German working class. Lassalle's organization, the General Union of German Workers, with its panacea of state-subsidized cooperatives, still persisted under the leadership of Schweitzer, who had become head of the organization upon the death of Lassalle. Between the two groupings were bitter quarrels, with Marx frequently intervening against Schweitzer as a sectarian. The Lassallians, who had considerable following in Germany, Austria, Bohemia, and the United States, held aloof from participating in the International. Bakunin enters the IWA. Another most important event at the Basel Conference was the coming of Bakunin as a delegate. See Chapter 5 for his general background and program. Bakunin first met Marx in 1864 and promised his support to the International. Instead of giving this backing, however, he set about building a separate organization in Italy. He later went to Switzerland, there joined the Bourgeois League for Peace and Freedom, and was elected a member of its Central Executive Committee. In 1868, he split off from the League, but in place of joining the International, he and his friends established the International Social Democratic Alliance, commonly known as the Alliance. In the Alliance, Bakunin developed his ultra-revolutionary program. It declared an immediate all-out war against God and the state, demanded the abolition of all religious cults and the establishment of a rule of science, the political, economic, and social equality of the classes, not their abolition, the abolition of the right of inheritance, the rejection of every kind of political action except such as aims immediately and directly at the triumph of the cause of the workers in their struggle with capital, and the voluntary universal association of all the local associations. To achieve this program, Bakunin put the main stress upon the intelligentsia, the student group, and the lumpen, or degenerated, proletariat. He condemned almost the whole working class as being a conservative labor aristocracy. Sparing no words, Marx strongly attacked the Bakunin program. He called it an olla podrida of worn-out platitudes, an empty rigmarole, a rosary of pretentious notions to make the flesh creep, a banal improvisation aiming at nothing more than a temporary effect. And with even more vigor, quote, his program was a hash superficially scraped together from the right and the left, equality of classes, abolition of the right of inheritance as the starting point of the social movement, Saint-Simonist nonsense, atheism as a dogma, dictated to the members, etc. End quote. In general, the alliance developed strength in the less industrialized countries, Italy, Spain, France, French Switzerland, etc., where its predecessor, the Proudhonist movement, had been strong, and it also branched out into Russia and the United States. The times were propitious for such a movement as Bakunin's. The general political situation in Europe was highly unsettled. The capitalist class, gradually pushing aside the political rubbish of feudalism in its march to power, with the rapidly growing working class tentatively fighting its way to a class program and organization. With the workers generally still very undeveloped ideologically and inexperienced in class struggle tactics, it was easy for many of them to believe in Bakunin's shortcut methods to emancipation. Bakunin and his co-workers, noting the rapid growth of the International among the masses and sensing that it would be a fruitful field for their agitation, applied in December 1868 for the admission to the International of their alliance as a whole. To this, however, the General Council refused to agree, proposing that his alliance members should come into the IWA as sections. Bakunin also agreed to liquidate the alliance. In reality, however, it continued to exist and function in various countries. It was a semi-secret body with an inner controlling organization of especially trusted militants. Marxists and Bakuninists at Basel. Bakunin came to the Congress as a member of the French delegation, specifically representing the silk workers of Lyon. A militant and very capable fighter, he lost no time in making his presence felt. Bakunin, however, found himself voting with the Marxists on the question of the right of society to make the land collective property. The remnants of the Proudhonists had again raised this elementary question, so important to them, only to be voted down overwhelmingly. Another important question, upon which there was no marked factional division in the Congress, dealt with trade unionism. The Congress unanimously adopted a resolution which strongly stressed the need of the trade unions and of international ties between them. The resolution charged the General Council to work for an international organization of the trade unions, a goal which was not to be achieved for a full half-century. In presenting the committee's report, the French delegate Pindy outlined a picture of the trade unions eventually constituting the structure of the new society, after capitalism. With this report, another sect or ideological deviation that was to become very troublesome, anarcho-syndicalism, was born into the International. The major clashes between the Marxists and the Bakuninists in the Congress took place over 2 points. The first occurred when the Swiss delegates, with the support of Liebknecht and other Germans, proposed that the Congress go on record in favor of direct legislation by the people, initiative, and referendum. This contravened one of the principles of the Bakuninists, that of no partial political reforms, and they attacked it violently. The matter was eventually laid over for further discussion, but in the press of business it never came up again. The incident created much factional tension in the Congress. The second big clash came over the question of the right of inheritance. This was one of Bakunin's favorite tenets, and he submitted it in resolution form to the Congress, demanding that the delegates go on record for the immediate and complete abolition of the right of inheritance. The liquidation of this right was in fact presented virtually as the revolution itself. In the Communist Manifesto, written over 20 years earlier, Marx had placed the question in the sense that the proletariat, after gaining power, will use its political supremacy to wrest by degrees all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat, organized as the ruling class. As means to the accomplishment of this expropriation and social reorganization, the manifesto then proposed 10 transitional measures, of which the third on the list was the abolition of all right of inheritance. The General Council presented its report to the Congress along this general line. It pointed out that the right of inheritance, being an outcome and not the cause of the capitalist system, could not be made the starting point for the abolition of capitalism, and that any attempt to do so would be both wrong in theory and reactionary in practice. After a long and bitter debate, the vote was General Council Resolution 419 against 37, abstentions 6, absent 13. Bakunin Resolution 432 against 23, abstentions 13, absent 7. This victory for Bakunin made his alliance thenceforth the rallying center for all oppositional elements in the International. The Irish question. Although the matter did not come officially before the Basel Congress at this time, the Irish question was playing an important role in the life of the International. It became the occasion for the development of policy concerning the relations between colonial countries and oppressing powers, which down to the present day has the greatest importance for the world labor movement. For 700 years, the Irish people had been waging a defensive struggle against the determination of the English ruling classes completely to subjugate Ireland. During the centuries, this had led to many uprisings, many of the more important of which in later times were those of 1641, 1798, 1848, and 1867, and Ireland was fated to experience several more, including those of 1916 and 1921, before it was finally able to achieve, in 1923, its present partial and disrupted independence. The Irish question was especially catapulted into political attention during the period we are dealing with in the aftermath of the killing of a policeman in Manchester during an attempt by the Fenian organization to rescue Irish political prisoners. For this, 3 Fenian leaders, Allen, Larkin, and O'Brien, were executed on November 23, 1867. Since the days of the Chartists, Marx had associated himself with the demand for Irish independence. In 1866, he had the General Council send a delegation to Sir George Grey, Secretary for State, to protest against the outrages being practiced upon the Irish people, but the delegation was not received. And in 1869 he was instrumental in having the General Council actively support the current movement for the amnesty of Irish political prisoners. Odger, Applegarth, and other conservative English trade union leaders very equivocally supported Marx's general line regarding Ireland. Marx said that following the discussions late in 1869, quote, "The task of the International is everywhere to put the conflict between England and Ireland in the foreground, and everywhere to side openly with Ireland," end quote. In his long handling of the Irish question, Marx became convinced that, quote, "Ireland is the bulwark of the English landed aristocracy, and that Ireland is therefore the great means by which the English aristocracy maintains its domination in England itself," end quote. He pointed out the deadly weakness of labor caused by the split between Irish and English workers over the Irish question, stating that the English worker, quote, "cherishes religious, social, and national prejudices against the Irish worker, and that the Irish worker pays him back with interest in his own coin," end quote. Marx concluded, and the General Council so decided, that, quote, "The special task of the Central Council in London is to awaken the English workers to a realization of the fact that for them the national emancipation of Ireland is no question of abstract justice or humanitarian sentiment, but the first condition of their own emancipation," end quote. The basic policy that Marx worked out on the Irish question obviously is essentially valid in our own times in the struggle of the colonial peoples, backed by the workers in the capitalist countries against imperialism. See Chapter 34. Half a century later, Lenin praised this policy highly. In an article on the self-determination of nations, Lenin showed that the policy of Marx and Engels on the Irish question furnished a powerful example which has retained its highly practical significance up to the present day of the attitude which the proletariat of oppressing nations must adopt towards nationalist movements. Outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War. The 10 months between the Basel Congress and the beginning of the Franco-Prussian War were a period of high hopes and steady growth for the International. In its various documents and Congress resolutions, the organization had succeeded in developing the basis of a general program. It had entrenched itself in practically every country of Western and Middle Europe, and the labor movements in the various countries were surging ahead, having definitely reached the stage of national organization in at least 3 lands: Great Britain, Germany, and the United States. The fight between the Bakuninists and Marxists after the clash at the Basel Congress was flaring up in Switzerland, but this was not yet serious enough to cripple the IWA. It was a period of strong revolutionary hope and expectancy in the ranks of the International. There was a bourgeois revolutionary ferment in Italy, Spain, France, and other European countries, and the workers were in a mood of rising militancy. The Bakuninists believed that the social revolution was knocking on the door, and they had the deepest scorn for everything in the nature of reform. At this time, especially in the late 1860s, Marx also anticipated early major proletarian revolutionary developments, but a keen realist, this did not prevent him from encouraging every struggle of the workers for immediate demands on both the economic and political fields. The substantial growth of the International greatly stimulated the current widespread hopes for a revolution led by the workers. After Basel, the war clouds between France and Prussia began to thicken. Both Bonaparte and Bismarck wanted war, and they each maneuvered to get it. The adventurer Bonaparte, realizing the shaky position of the Second Empire, no doubt calculated that the way to infuse it with a new lease on life would be through a successful war of aggression against his German neighbors to the east. That this would give him control of the west bank of the Rhine. The wily Prussian Chancellor Bismarck also planned and prepared for the war. In line with his policy of blood and iron, he schemed to help himself to the territory of France, knowing full well that through a war against that country he could unite the scattered German statelets into one all-inclusive German state. The latter was historically a progressive bourgeois task, which in the Revolution of 1848 the German capitalists could have accomplished, but left undone. Bismarck's strategy was to throw upon Bonaparte the responsibility for initiating the war, which the German Chancellor succeeded in doing by falsifying a conciliatory telegram from Wilhelm I to Bonaparte. Bismarck provoked France into declaring war. On July 19, 1870, the two governments got their wish and the war began. The struggle was destined to have profound political consequences. By unifying Germany, it transformed that country into the leading power in Europe, destined before long to outstrip England in industrial production. And by bringing about therewith a powerful growth of the German proletariat, the war also eventually put the organized German workers for half a century in the leadership of the world labor movement. An immediate effect of the war was to speed up the operation of a chain of events in connection with the Paris Commune, which were finally to lead to the breakup of the First International. Chapter 9. The Paris Commune, 1871. The General Council of the IWA had long been warning the workers against the danger of a Franco-German war, and when the gathering conflict suddenly burst forth, the Council 4 days later, July 29, 1870, put out a manifesto calling for international solidarity of the workers. Written by Marx, the manifesto laid the blame for the war upon the rulers of both France and Germany. While it said that Germany had been placed on the defensive in the war, with reactionary Russia looming on its eastern frontiers, it warned the German workers against the danger of the war becoming one of conquest. Marx also stated that whatever the outcome of the war, it would mark the end of the Second Empire in France, as it did. In the various countries, the workers displayed high qualities of internationalism. In Germany, Liebknecht and Bebel voted in Parliament against the war credits and went to jail for it. The Lassallians, however, voted for the credits, and big meetings of German workers were happy to grasp the fraternal hand stretched out to us by the working men of France. In France, a similar international spirit prevailed, the workers pledging their indissoluble solidarity with the workers of Germany. Among the immigrant workers in the United States also, the General Council's anti-war manifesto was circulated far and wide, and joint meetings of French and German workers were held to protest the war. Meanwhile, the war had disrupted the organizational procedure of the International. The next Congress had been set for Paris on September 5th, 1870. But in view of the prevailing political persecutions in France, the Congress place was later shifted to Mans, Germany. The outbreak of the war, however, forced the cancellation of this arrangement. The war was brought to a swift climax by the better prepared German forces. The French armies suffered one catastrophic defeat after another. In 6 weeks, the field phase of the war was over. On September 2nd, 1870, at Sedan, Bonaparte unconditionally surrendered himself and his army. The French Republic established. When news of the Sedan debacle reached Paris, the people rose, and on September 4th, 1870, they overthrew the Bonaparte regime and set up a republic. The new assembly, elected February 8, 1871, was made up, however, of about 2/3 royalists and 1/3 bourgeois republicans, with a few petty bourgeois radicals thrown in to make things more palatable to the working class. This whole development spurred the Bakuninists into action, and during the next several weeks, they tried vainly to carry through successful uprising in Paris, Lyon, Marseille, and Brest, and other cities against the new government. The Blanquists also pushed for an insurrection. For a few hours on October 31st, 1870, Blanc was in control of Paris, but he had to give it up. On September 9th, 1870, the General Council of the IWA issued another manifesto, also written by Marx. In 1869, Ingalls quit his business in Manchester, England, where he had been since 1864, and thenceforth he worked closely with Marx, largely financing the latter. In this document, Marx pointed out that the so-called war of defense on the part of Germany had become definitely a war of conquest, the determination of Bismarck to seize the French provinces of Alsace and Lorraine having become clear. Marx warned that if this were done, it would surely lead eventually to another defensive war, as it in fact did with terrific force in 1914. The manifesto urged the German workers to oppose the proposed annexation and to demand an honorable peace with France. It warned the French workers to be on guard against the treacherous French bourgeoisie and to use every opportunity to strengthen their own class forces. In general, Marx and Engels felt that the time was unripe for a revolutionary overthrow of the reactionary Republican government, such as both Bakunin and Blanqui were striving for. The German army was at the walls of Paris investing the city. Bismarck hesitated to attack Paris, however, because reportedly there were some 200,000 well-armed troops, an exaggeration, within it, and he well knew the revolutionary fighting spirit of the Parisian proletariat. The Paris troops, mostly the National Guard, made up chiefly of workers, had elected a central committee of 25 members on February 15th, and it largely controlled besieged Paris. The National Guard was especially on the alert against a coup d'etat by the Thiers government, which, fearing the revolutionary proletariat, was eager to turn the city over to the Germans. The government signed an armistice surrender on February 26th, in which it agreed to give up Paris. Birth of the Commune. With the aim of forcing rebellious Paris to surrender, Thiers, at 3 o'clock in the morning of March 18th, had his troops, under General Vinoy, attempt to seize the 250 cannon of the National Guard. The plan was succeeding until besieged, famine-stricken Paris woke up and went into action. With women taking the lead, the people, by fraternization and direct attacks, halted the seizure. By 11 o'clock, Thiers' troops were completely defeated and the city was in the hands of the people. 2 government generals were killed in the fighting. The red flag floated on the Hôtel de Ville, and the Central Committee of the National Guard was acting as the provisional government. The proletarians of Paris, declared the Central Committee, amidst the failures and treasons of the ruling classes, have understood that the hour has struck for them to save the situation by taking into their own hands the direction of public affairs. The basic organized forces which led in the insurrection were the Blanquists. They were said to number 4,000 organized armed men with a large body of sympathizers. Blanqui himself was arrested by the government the night before the uprising on March 17th and was held in jail all through the life of the Commune. The Marxist internationalists, who were still few in numbers in Paris, had not planned for an uprising, but when it began, they took a very active part in it. Based on universal male suffrage, the Commune was a legislative and executive body. All its members were subject to recall. The general model was Paris, and the revolutionary plan was to have such communes throughout all the cities, towns, and hamlets of France. All were to send representatives to the national delegation in Paris. Marx says the system brought the rural producers under the intellectual lead of the central towns in their districts, and secured to them in the working men the natural trustees of their interests, a clear recognition of the leading revolutionary role of the proletariat. The fundamental weakness of the Commune was that the workers had no party and no program. The revolution and the government coming out of the struggle were all improvised. What should have been done already on the 18th was for the Central Committee acting in the name of the people to arrest the Thiers government leaders who were in Paris that day and then march upon Versailles, the seat of the reactionary government. That government's forces were greatly demoralized by the insurrection, and Thiers later admitted that if an attack had been made promptly, they could not have withstood it. Unfortunately, however, they were allowed precious time to reorganize their forces, a fact which became disastrous later on for the Commune. The Central Committee temporized and had conscientious objection to launching a civil war, while in fact the Thiers reactionaries, by their attack on Paris, had already opened the civil war. The Central Committee, uncertain of its own authority, prepared for the holding of local elections. Meanwhile, short-lived insurrections were taking place in other French cities: Lyon, Saint-Étienne, Creusot, Marseille, Toulouse, and Narbonne. Bakunin entered into the revolt in Lyon and wrecked it. The elections of March 26th, supplemented by further voting on April 15th, elected 92 councillors who constituted the Commune of Paris. An executive committee of 9 was chosen, made up of the heads of the various departments: war, finance, subsistence, exterior, labor, justice, public services, information, and general security. The Blanquists and Neo-Jacobins held a majority in the Commune. There was also a considerable group of Proudhonists, some 18 Marxist internationalists, and a few of miscellaneous opinion. The Commune was based on a revolutionary alliance between the proletariat and the city petty bourgeoisie, with the workers in the lead. By this time, most of the big bourgeoisie had fled the city, leaving the factories standing idle, with 300,000 workers unemployed. On April 19th, the Commune published its first statement of program. This stayed within the framework of a bourgeois democratic revolution. The program demanded, quote, the recognition and the consolidation of the Republic and the absolute autonomy of the Commune, extended at all places in France, thus assuring to each the integrity of its rights, and to each Frenchman the full exercise of his faculties and aptitudes as a man, citizen, and a producer, end quote. It then went on to specify needed civil rights. It said further that, quote, the political unity as desired by Paris is a voluntary association of all local initiative, the free and spontaneous cooperation of all individual energies with the common object of the well-being, liberty, and security of the people, end quote. The stress upon local autonomy was partly a reaction against the crass dictatorship under the Second Empire, and partly a reflection of the anarchist Proudhon-Bakunin ideas then widely current among the French working class. The International and the Commune. In its manifesto of September 9th, 1870, written by Marx, the General Council of the IWA had warned the French workers of the desperate folly of an attempt at that time to overthrow the new bourgeois republic. But when the insurrection took place, Marx, as a real revolutionist, gave it every possible support. Writing to Kugelmann 3 weeks after the revolution began, Marx declared that the present rising in Paris, even if it be crushed by the wolves, swine, and vile curs of the old society, is the most glorious deed of our party since the June insurrection in Paris. He declared that the Parisians were storming heaven. Long afterward, Lenin compared favorably Marx's attitude to Plekhanov's in a similar situation. Plekhanov, who opposed the 1905 revolution in Russia, shamefully declared after the heroic struggle that they should not have resorted to arms. But Marx, although he had opposed the revolt beforehand, gave it militant support once it began. On May 30th, 1871, 2 days after the fall of the Commune, he put out an address in the name of the General Council in defense of the Commune, one of the greatest of all Marxist works, the Civil War in France. This historic document was endorsed by all the council members, except Odger and Lucroft, English labor leaders, who resigned rather than sign it. Marx signed it as the corresponding secretary of Germany and Holland, and Engels for Belgium and Spain. Under the direct inspiration and leadership of Marx and Engels, the various sections of the International gave all possible aid to the embattled Commune. In Paris, the Internationalists were very active. Steklov lists among them all elected members of the Commune: Varlin, Milan, Jordaes, Avril, Pindy, Assy, Duval, Thies, Lefrancis, Frankel, Longuet, Chirel, and Genard. They were active not only in the Commune committees but also in the growing Civil War. They were responsible for much of the constructive legislation and action developed by the Commune. The many revolutionary European exiles in Paris also actively participated and were given high posts in the Commune. Dombrowski, a Pole, became military commander of Paris. In England, the rank-and-file workers hailed the Commune, even though their opportunist trade union leaders in the General Council, save Applegarth, turned tail on the great revolutionary struggle. In Germany, both the Eisenachers and the Lassalleans supported the Commune in the face of a strong reactionary capitalist opposition. And in the United States, the Commune evoked support far and wide among the working masses, notwithstanding the utter misrepresentation of it made by the bourgeois press, and the constant attempts of the American ambassador to France, Washburn, to destroy it. The Working Men's Advocate and other labor papers printed the statements of the General Council. Among the prominent American figures who justified the Commune was General Ben Butler, and on August 15, 1871, Marx told the General Council that Wendell Phillips, the abolitionist and friend of labor, had become a member of the International. For many years afterward, the memory of the heroic Paris Commune was a vivid tradition in American working-class circles. The work of the Commune. The Paris Commune suffered from many weaknesses and handicaps, including internal dissensions among the various factional groupings and isolation from the rest of France. The lack of a clear-cut program and a solidly organized political party also hung like a millstone around the neck of the Commune from the first to the last. Moreover, the Commune, which existed only 72 days, had to operate in the face of a developing civil war. Although fighting for its life desperately, the Commune nevertheless had many constructive achievements to its credit, enough to write its name imperishably in the revolutionary history of the world's working class, and for it to stand out as a veritable lighthouse to guide the workers along the way to socialism. Among its major political decisions, the Commune proclaimed the separation of church and state, abolished subsidies to the church, did away with the standing army in favor of a people's militia, stripped the police of political attributes, made all functionaries strictly responsible to the electorate, setting 6,000 francs per year as the top limit for salaries, elected and controlled all judges and magistrates, established free and general education, burned the guillotine, and tore down the Vendôme column as a symbol of militarism. There were also many economic and social measures adopted: the abolition of night work in bakeries, the cancellation of employer fines in workshops, the closing of pawn shops, the seizure of closed workshops, which were to be operated by workers' cooperatives, the organization of relief for the enormous masses of unemployed, the establishment of a Bureau of Labor Statistics. It also rationed dwellings and gave assistance to debtors. All this work was infused with an intense spirit of internationalism, and the committee had as its flag the red banner of the World Revolutionary Movement. Besides its achievements, the Commune suffered from many mistakes and shortcomings. One of these, of major importance, already mentioned, was the failure at the outset to push the war vigorously against the reactionary Versailles government. Another was a too tolerant attitude towards the internal enemy, which hindered the hunt for bourgeois spies and traitors, with which Paris reeked, and also left the door open for serious treachery and disruptive action among the officer corps. Also, the Commune did not try energetically enough to reach out to the other parts of France, and especially to win the peasantry to its cause, a most serious weakness. Another error was the failure to publish the secret state archives dating back to 1789, which fell into the hands of the Commune and were full of the corruption and rottenness of the secret police, the diplomats, the capitalists, and their politicians. Its publication would have been a heavy blow against reaction and an invaluable document. But the most curious mistake was the failure of the Commune to confiscate the 3 billion francs held by the Bank of France. Instead, the Blanquists and Proudhonist leaders, forgetting their erstwhile pledges and voting down those who wanted to seize the bank, dealt diplomatically with the bank functionaries for loans. All told, the Commune heads got only some 16,700,000 francs, 9,400,000 of which belonged to Paris anyhow, the rest being a loan of 7,290,000 francs, a loan which the bank director first had Thiers endorse before he would make it. The seizure of the bank would have dealt a heavy blow to the shaky Versailles regime. The Commune overthrown. By the beginning of April, the civil war was raging. The Communards, or Federalists, fought a brave but losing battle. The Thiers forces, on the basis of monstrous lies and distortions, had lined up most of peasant France against the Commune. Bismarck also released 100,000 French peasant prisoners of war to help the Versailles government. On May 21st, the Versailles troops entered Paris, and for 8 days a bloody struggle took place, with the Communards backing up street by street in the face of heavy odds. On May 28th, their last resistance was wiped out in Père Lachaise Cemetery and in Belleville, and various other working-class districts. The Commune was crushed. The next few days were days of ruthless butchery. General de Galifet and his fellow murderers cold-bloodedly shot down at least 30,000 working-class men, women, and children. About 45,000 more were arrested. Of these, some 15,000 were executed or sent to prison, and hundreds more were exiled to New Caledonia. The slaughter was far worse even than after the defeat of the June insurrection in Paris in 1848. Tens of thousands of communards also had to flee the country to Switzerland, to England, and most of all, to the United States. To provide assistance for these exiles was a big job for the IWA in Europe. It was one of the communard exiles, Eugene Potier, who in June 1871 penned the immortal words of the great battle song of the world's workers, the International. Behind the barricades in the bloody struggle and in the spectacular trials which followed it, the women communards especially covered themselves with glory. Louise Michel and Elizabeth Dimitrov were but two noted fighters among thousands of heroines. Before the court, Michel proudly declared, "I belong entirely to the revolution, and I wish to accept the responsibility for all my deeds." Convicted, she spent 10 years in prison exile. The reactionary rulers of Europe exulted over the wholesale massacres in Paris. They poured in messages of congratulations to the monster Thiers, and they put in motion repressive measures designed to wipe out socialism in their own countries. In France particularly, says Lenin, the bourgeoisie were satisfied. "Now we have finished with socialism for a long time," said their leader. The blood-thirsty dwarf, Thiers, after the bloodbath which he and his generals had given the proletariat of Paris. But these bourgeois crows cawed in vain. 6 years after the suppression of the Commune, when many of its fighters were still pining in prison or in exile, a new workers' movement rose in France. Historical role of the Commune. The Paris Commune taught many great lessons to the world's workers, which are still valid today. Above all others, Lenin understood and drew these lessons most completely. Outstanding among them is the indispensable need of the workers in all countries for a strong, clear-seen, and disciplined Communist Party, as Marx so strongly insisted, to lead them along the long and difficult road to socialism. Even in a situation where the capitalist government was so rotten that the power fell into the hands of the workers practically without a struggle, as in Paris on March 18, 1871, still the workers could not go on even from there without a strong political organization. This was one of the decisive lessons of the Commune, and it completely repudiated the Bakunin contention that a political party was not necessary and that mass spontaneity would suffice. Another elementary lesson of the Commune was that it provided the basic form of the new society that is to replace capitalism, as Marx pointed out. The close relationship of the organizational form of the Commune and that of the future Russian Soviets is unmistakable. Yet for almost half a century, the real significance of the Commune was virtually lost sight of, even by Marxists, until Lenin finally retaught them its meaning. Of the fundamental importance, too, was the clear demonstration given by the experience of the Paris Commune that, after the workers had defeated the capitalists and won political power, they would have to set up a state of their own, although a new type of state, in order by armed force to hold in repression the counter-revolutionary forces of capitalism and also to organize to lay the basis of the new society. The Commune also taught that the withering away of the state would be a much more protracted process than was generally contemplated by Marxists, though this lesson, too, was practically ignored for decades. Especially was all this in sharp contradiction to the Bakunin anarchist nonsense that mere spontaneity would provide sufficient organization once capitalism had been overthrown. The Commune also made clear that the way to power for the workers of Europe in the existing circumstances was by the forceful overthrow of the prevailing ultra-reactionary political regimes, which denied the workers every semblance of democracy. But Marx did not make a dogma of this important fact. He also recognized, as indicated in Chapter 2, that in Britain and the United States, where there were more advanced types of bourgeois democracy, the possibility existed at that time, in the pre-imperialist period, for the workers to make a peaceful advance to socialism. The Commune taught, too, that the bourgeoisie would not hesitate to betray the nation in its own class interests. As the feudal reactionaries in the Great French Revolution of 1789 had joined with enemies abroad to fight revolutionary France, so did the reactionaries of 1871 join hands with Bismarck against the Commune. Another lesson of the Commune, greatly stressed by Marx and also later by Lenin, was the fact that the workers, once in power, could not adapt the bourgeois state to their revolutionary needs. In his letter to Kugelmann, April 17, 1871, Marx said, "If you look at the last chapter of my 18th Brumaire, you will find that I say that the next attempt of the French Revolution will be no longer, as before, to transfer the bureaucratic military machine from one hand to the other, but to smash it, and this is essential for every real people's revolution on the continent." This was precisely what the Commune was doing in building its new type of workers' state. The general conclusion was later on to be of great importance in the fight against the opportunists, who believed that the workers could transform the capitalist regime bit by bit into socialism. A most vital lesson taught by the Paris Commune was the practical living demonstration it gave of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In this respect, the Commune was a brilliant demonstration of the soundness of the position of Marx, who already in the Communist Manifesto, 24 years earlier, had definitely outlined the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. By the same token, the Commune repudiated the contentions of the anarchists, who were inveterate enemies of rule by the working class, which is the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Commune was not made up exclusively of working men. In fact, as Lesagre and Jacques point out, and as Lenin agrees, the majority of the government consisted of representatives of petty bourgeois democracy. Many of these were revolutionary intellectuals. Of the 92 members of the Commune, only some 25 were workers, and not all of these were members of the International. Nevertheless, with the Parisian working class in full action, the influence of the proletariat predominated. Marx thus puts the situation. The majority of its members were naturally working men, or acknowledged representatives of the working class. The Commune also did not have, as we have remarked above, a definitely socialist program. Nevertheless, its socialist trend was implicit. Marx says, yes, gentlemen, the Commune intended to abolish that class property which makes the labor of the many the wealth of the few. It aimed at the expropriation of the expropriators. He also states that its decisions bore distinctly a proletarian character. Lenin characterized the Commune as a popular workers' government, and he declared that the Commune tried to carry out what we now call the minimum program of socialism. The Commune was indeed the dictatorship of the proletariat. Marx said it was essentially a working-class government, the product of the struggle of the producing against the expropriating class, the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economic emancipation of labor. And he also said that the glorious working men's revolution of the 18th of March took undisputed sway in Paris. Later on, Engels, addressing German social democratic Philistines, declared, Well and good, gentlemen. Do you want to know what this dictatorship looks like? Look at the Paris Commune. That was the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Paris Commune, despite its ultimate overthrow, was the first real revolutionary success of the world's working class. It made the initial dent in the capitalist system, which the Great Russian Revolution, half a century later, was to follow up by smashing a vast, irreparable breach through the walls of world capitalism. Lenin said that, with all its errors, the Commune was the greatest example of the greatest proletarian movement of the 19th century. Chapter 10. The Split at the Hague Congress, 1872. Following the downfall of the Paris Commune, the International found itself under increasing persecution in various European countries. The Commune had given the ruling classes a real fright, and they were resolved, if possible, to prevent a similar recurrence. The bourgeois press everywhere launched a wild attack against the International. At the Hague Congress of the IWA, Marx said that, quote, all the floodgates of calumny which the mercenary bourgeois press had at its disposal were suddenly thrown open and let loose a cataclysm of defamation designed to engulf the hated foe. This campaign of calumny does not possess its match in history. After the Great Fire in Chicago, the news was sent around the world by telegram that this fire was the hellish act of the International. End quote. In 1871, France passed a law making it a crime to belong to the International, and it demanded that all countries should turn over to it the communard exiles as common criminals. In the same year, Holland made an appropriation of 3 million gulden to check the spread of communism. In Germany, Bebel and Liebknecht, who had protested against the annexation of Alsace-Lorraine and declared their solidarity with the Commune, were arrested and sentenced to 2 years in a fortress in Spain, Italy, Belgium, and elsewhere. Hysterical police persecutions were heaped upon the internationalists. Early in 1872, the Spanish government appealed to other governments to cooperate in suppressing the International. The Pope added his voice to the cry for revenge, and in 1873, Russia, Germany, and Austria-Hungary signed a mutual agreement to fight the International. They tried also to involve England, but failed. The internal crisis. More dangerous to the International, however, than this police persecution was the internal crisis that ever more deeply involved the organization after the end of the Commune. The substance of this was the growing battle between the Marxists and Bakuninists, between the alliance led by Bakunin and the forces behind the General Council led by Marx. As we have seen in the previous chapter, the Marxists could well claim that the Commune had endorsed their general political line, but the Bakuninists argued violently to the contrary. They insisted that the spontaneous uprising of the workers of Paris and other French cities repudiated Marx's conceptions and generally supported the philosophy of spontaneity propagated by Bakunin. The Bakuninists were encouraged to redouble their factional activities, and they did succeed in building up their strength in a number of countries. They were especially strong in the Latin countries: Spain, Italy, Portugal, French Belgium, and French and Italian Switzerland. Their main city center was Geneva, and Bakunin maneuvered to have the headquarters of the International transferred to that place. The Commune experience practically obliterated politically the Proudhonists and Blanquists of France, but it gave the Bakuninists everywhere a new lease on life. In the larger countries, strongholds of the International, the internal crisis sharpened. In France, the whole labor movement was prostrate after the downfall of the Commune. In Germany, quarrels between the Marxists and Lassallians, together with government persecutions threw the labor movement into disarray. In the United States, the friendly National Labor Union was in rapid decline, and in England, which had been Marx's chief support in the International, there was also internal trouble. All the trade union leaders except one, in protest against Marx's support of the Commune, resigned from the General Council, while other opportunist union leaders, adopting the characteristic oppositionist method of fighting the General Council, set up a British Federation of the IWA in order to break the direct contacts of the General Council with their unions. This bad situation was aggravated when Acarius and Hales, successive general secretaries of the IWA, split with Marx. The London Conference. Under these difficult and threatening conditions, the International held a special general conference in London, September 17th through the 23rd, 1871, to substitute for the Congress that had been scheduled for Mainz, Germany in the previous year. To protect the French delegates, the conference was held privately. In attendance were 23 persons, 17 of them members of the General Council. Marx was the representative for Germany, Engels for Italy, in Uten for Russia, and Acarius for the United States. According to Postgate, the International, counting all factions, then had a press of 58 papers, including 3 in the United States. The main business before the London Conference was the imminent split in the International. Things had already arrived at the point where, with the Jura Federation of Switzerland, Bakunin's headquarters, there were 2 rival organizations in the field, and Jacques says the following about the factional situation in Spain, quote, "In most cities there were, beside the sections of the Alliance, also sections of the International, without any contact between them," end quote. And he thus describes the Bakunin organization in Italy, which was saturated with Mazzini Republicans, quote, "All pretended sections of the International were led by lawyers without clients, by doctors without patients, and without knowledge, by students of billiards, by traveling salesmen, and other office people, and especially by journalists of the small press, and of more or less doubtful callings," end quote. The London Conference could do little about the bad situation beyond supporting the line of the General Council. Drawing one of the main lessons of the Commune, the conference stressed the great need of the workers in the various countries to organize political parties and to engage in political action. It also congratulated the Social Democratic Workers' Party in Germany for its recent electoral successes. All this, of course, was deadly poison to the Bakuninists. The conference set the date of the next Congress of the IWA for the coming year. The Bakuninists refused, however, to abide by the decisions of the London Conference. On November 12, 1871, they held a formal Congress at Sonneville, Switzerland. One of the delegates was Jules Gusted, later to play a central role in the development of the French Socialist Party. The Congress, made up of alliance elements, was a direct challenge to the authority of the General Council. It issued a statement addressed to all sections of the International, denouncing the Council as corrupt and dictatorial, condemning its program of political action, and demanding that an immediate Congress be held. The ideological controversy had developed into an organizational split. The Congress at The Hague. The 5th Congress of the IWA was held in The Hague, beginning on September 2nd, 1872. Marx and Engels, for the first time, both attended in person, Marx having previously written to Sorge and Kugelmann that he considered the Congress to be a life and death matter for the International. And so it turned out. Bakunin himself was not present, but his people, led by James Guillaume, were there in force and all prepared for a showdown. The split situation manifested itself immediately at the Congress, and 3 days were spent on the difficult problem of the verification of credentials. Of the 65 delegates finally seated, roughly 40 supported the main line of the General Council, and about 25 the opposition. The Marxist supporters were members of the General Council, 16, Germany, 10, France, 6, Switzerland, 3, United States, 2, Sorga, a Marxist, and Durier, a Blancist, and Spain, Bohemia, Denmark, and Sweden, 1 each. The supporters of Bakunin were Belgium 7, England 5, Holland 4, Spain 4, Switzerland 2, and France 1. The Italians, Bakuninists, boycotted the Congress. The factional situation was not fully a clear ideological lineup, some of the supporters of both sides being swayed by other considerations than the main issues confronting the Congress. Important in this respect were the English delegates, including Icarius and 3 other members of the General Council, pure and simple trade unionists. Mainly, they did not share the anarchist views of Bakunin, but they nevertheless voted against the Marxists. In its series of resolutions, the Congress dealt primarily with 4 questions: the role and powers of the General Council, the headquarters location of the IWA, the political line of the International, and the status of Bakunin's alliance. Let us deal with these separately. The powers of the General Council. The Bakuninists made a central issue of this question. Worshippers of spontaneity and extreme local autonomy, their proposal was that the General Council should be nothing more than a correspondence bureau and a collector of statistical data. They violently opposed the idea of the Council applying the decisions of the Congresses and acting as the general political guide of the International. Some wanted to abolish the General Council altogether. The Marxists, on the other hand, insisted upon the need for a considerable international centralization policy and discipline. In view of the severe internal crisis, the Congress sustained the latter views, voting by 40-4, with 11 abstentions to grant wider powers to the Council in order to enable it to apply more effectively the decisions of the Congresses and to establish discipline. These enabled the Council temporarily to expel, until the next Congress, a division, section, Federal Council, committees, and federations of the International, which might refuse to abide by IWA decisions. The charges by the Bakuninists that the General Council practiced a dictatorship were unfounded. In fact, ever since the inception of the International, the Council had served more as a theoretical than a direct political and organizational center. In a letter to Kugelmann, Marx thus explains its theoretical tasks. Quote, "It was not its function to sit in judgment on the theoretic value of the programs of the various sections. It had only to see that those programs contained nothing directly contradictory to the letter and spirit of the statutes." End quote. The great achievements of the Council, i.e. of Marx, were in the field of theory and political policy. The Council also did not initiate strikes or specific political movements in the various countries, but rather supported them once the national sections had gotten them underway. But even this restricted central leadership was far too much for the anarchists, Bakuninists, with their exaggerated conceptions of spontaneity. It was only when the life of the IWA was finally at stake that it adopted strong centralization. The question of political action. In the aftermath of the Paris Commune, there was a strong trend towards political action in various countries. The workers sought thus to translate into reality one of the most elementary lessons of the historic struggle. In line with this sound trend, the Marxists had reintroduced into the Hague Congress for endorsement what was substantially the resolution of the London Conference of 1871 on this matter. The resolution declared, quote, "In its fight against the collective forces of the possessing classes, the proletariat can only act as a class by organizing its forces into an independent political party, working in opposition to all the old parties formed by the possessing classes. Such an organization of the proletariat as a political party is indispensable in order to achieve the triumph of the social revolution and, above all, to attain its ultimate goal, the abolition of classes." End quote. This resolution provoked an intense debate. The Blanquists, through their chief spokesman, Vallon of France, maintained that, quote, "If the strike is one weapon in our revolutionary fight, the barricade is another, and is the most powerful weapon of all." End quote. They wanted to amend the resolution to this effect. The Bakuninists, with Gualmet as their leader, attacked the resolution head-on and with it the Communist Manifesto as expressing bourgeois politics, quote, "The difference between the positive policies of the majority faction and the negative policies of the minority faction was set forth in the following two axioms. The majority aims at the conquest of political power. The minority aims at the destruction of political power." End quote. The Congress voted 29-5, with 9 abstentions, in favor of the Marxists' resolution. The International removes to New York. The sensation of the Congress was a proposal presented by Engels to remove the headquarters of the International to the United States, to New York. The resolution, written in French, reads, quote, "We propose that for the years 1872 to 1873, the seat of the General Council shall be transferred to New York, that it shall be composed of the following members: the Federal Council of North America, Kavanaugh, St. Clair, Getty, Carl, Laurel, F.L. Bertrand, F. Bolta, and C. Carl. They will have the right to co-opt, but the total numbers shall not exceed 15. End quote. Signed by Marx, Engels, Sexton, Longuet, Dupont, Serrier, Warbolski, Berry, MacDonald, Lesnar, Lemos, at The Hague, September 6th, 1872. This resolution caused a very sharp fight in the Congress. The Bakuninists made a battle against it, and so did the Blanquists, who in general had been supporting the Marxists in the Congress. Sorge, the chief IWA leader in the United States, also opposed the proposition, but was eventually won over to it. After a complicated struggle with other proposals to locate in Barcelona and Brussels, Engels' motion was finally carried by a vote of 30-14, with 13 abstentions. Declaring the International lost, the Blanquists dramatically quit and took no further part in the Congress. The new General Council was elected on the basis that its members must reside in the United States. It consisted of Kavanaugh, St. Clair, Laurel, Fornaciari, Lavelle, Duryea, Carl, Bolta, Berliand, Speyer, and Ward. Sorge was elected General Secretary. As Engels made clear in his speech introducing the resolution, the removal of the International to New York was dictated by hard necessity. The situation, both within and without the organization, had become such that it was impossible for it to function effectively in Europe. The biggest danger was that it would be captured by the Bakunin anarchists and used to further their sectarian cause, which would have been a disaster to the young world labor movement. There was also the possibility that the General Council would be taken over by the Blanquists, many of whom, refugees from the Commune, had located in London. Under these difficult circumstances, there was nothing practical left to do other than to move the general headquarters to America, where, in the young American labor movement, the International might find a strong base. The expulsion of the Bakuninists. Even as the Hague Congress assembled, the split in the International was a reality. This was demonstrated by the holding of the Anarchist Congress of Saint-Villiers, by the dual movements that this opposition had set up in several of the Latin countries, by the reckless bitterness with which the factional fight was being conducted, and by the obvious intention of Bakunin to dominate the movement at any cost. The formal expulsion of the Bakunin leadership at The Hague merely recognized officially the division that was already virtually an accomplished fact in the International. In preparation for dealing with this matter, the Congress at the outset appointed a committee of 5, which included Marx, Engels, and other leaders of both factions, to consider the situation regarding the alliance, which was working within the International, and also to weigh the charges that had been made against the General Council by various Bakuninist federations. It was, according to the majority report of 4 of the 5 members of this committee, that towards the conclusion of the Congress, the expulsions were carried through. At the meeting of the General Council on March 5, 1872, Marx had submitted a long report reviewing the whole course of the fight against the Bakunin group, later published in pamphlet form as The Pretended Secessions in the International. The committee, on the basis of this report and of extended hearings and investigations, declared that the alliance, with rules and purposes contrary to those of the International, existed as a broad factional grouping within that organization. It was developed that the Bakunist federations were dominated by secret cliques of national brothers, and that the alliance generally was in the hands of about 100 international brothers. The committee held that Bakunin and others, by their whole course of conduct, had made themselves ineligible for further membership in the organization. The majority of the committee, therefore, recommended that Bakunin, Gualmet, Schwitzgubel, Milan, Bosquet, and Marchand be expelled. Charges against other Bakuninist leaders were dropped upon their assurance that they had quit the alliance. The minority report restated the Bakunin line, insisting upon the right of the national federations to full autonomy and challenging the right of the General Council to interfere in any way with them. The Congress, which by this time had dwindled to only 43 delegates, voted to expel Bakunin and Gualmet. Schwitzgubel was not expelled, whereupon he resigned. The aftermath of the split. Following the Congress, a mass meeting was held in Amsterdam, addressed by Marx, Sorja, and others. Marx reviewed optimistically the work of the Congress. He especially stressed the fact that the Congress, rejecting the apolitical line of the anarchists, had, quote, proclaimed the necessity that the working class shall attack the old and crumbling society on both the political and the social fields, end quote. He warned, however, that in so doing, quote, special regard must be paid to the institutions, customs, and traditions of various lands, and we do not deny that there are certain countries, such as the United States and England, in which the workers may secure their ends by peaceful means. If I mistake not, Holland belongs to the same category. Even so, we have to recognize that in most continental countries, force will have to be the lever of the revolution." End quote. Marx hailed the great example of the Paris Commune and declared that, quote, "It fell because there did not simultaneously occur in all the capitals, in Berlin, in Madrid, and the rest, a great revolutionary movement linked with the mighty upheaval of the Parisian proletariat." End quote. On the crucial question of the removal of the headquarters to New York, Marx stated, quote, "The Hague Congress has removed the seat of the General Council from London to New York. Many, even of our friends, are not best pleased at this decision. They forget that the United States is preeminently becoming the land of the workers, that year by year 500,000 workers immigrate to this new world, and that the International must perforce strike deep roots in this soil upon which the workers are supreme." End quote. In a letter to Sorja a year later, Marx said, quote, "According to my view of conditions in Europe, it will be thoroughly useful to let the formal organization of the International withdraw into the background for a time only if possible, keeping some control over the center in New York, in order to prevent idiots like Perret or adventurers like Cluseret getting hold of the leadership and compromising the cause. Events themselves and the inevitable development in complexity of things will ensure the resurrection of the International in an improved form." End quote. Certainly, Marx and Engels had few illusions as to the significance of the removal to America, but Rezanov remarks, quote, "It was presumed that the transfer of the International would be but a temporary one." End quote. However, it did not turn out that way. The IWA headquarters never returned to Europe, and the Hague gathering was its last real international congress. An attempt was made to hold an IWA Congress, the 6th, in Geneva in 1877, but it was a failure. Only a few delegates appeared, and they represented what was a disintegrating movement. The removal to New York was generally understood to amount to the liquidation of the International as a world organization, and it was just that. During its 4 years of life in the United States, the IWA functioned more as a national than an international organization. Meanwhile, the European anarchist forces continued their work, trying in vain to carry on the International in their own image and likeness. Chapter 11. The Anarchist International, 1872 to 1877. The Bakuninists refused to recognize the Hague Congress decisions, which expelled Bakunin and other anarchist leaders for carrying on disruptive activities within the International. Instead, declaring that the IWA, by these decisions and by moving to New York, had virtually liquidated itself, they went right ahead with their own organization, claiming that it was in fact the International Workingmen's Association. Consequently, for the next several years, there were 2 internationals in existence, both with the same name and both presumably representing the workers of the world. The 2 organizations carried on a bitter warfare against each other. The Marxist position was stated in the pamphlet, The Alliance of Socialist Democracy and the International Workingmen's Association, written by Engels and Paul Lafarge, and the anarchist position was outlined in the booklet, A Complot Against the International Workingmen's Association, prepared under Bakunin's direction. The Saint-Imier Congress. A few days after the close of the 5th Congress of the IWA at The Hague in September 1872, the opposing anarchist forces held a congress in Saint-Imier, Switzerland. It was, in fact, a continuation and extension of the Congress of the Jura Federation at that place. The International Congress of the Anarchists lasted through September 15th to September 17th. Steklov lists the participating delegations as follows: Spain 4, Italy 6, Switzerland 2, France 2, and the United States 1. The delegate Le Francais representing the American sections 3 and 22, which had broken away from the leadership of the Marxists. This group had assembled in Congress, claimed to be and acted in the name of the International. It was the old alliance in a new garb. The anarchists in the Saint-Imier Congress, no longer hampered by the presence of Marxists, formally rejected the decisions of the Hague Congress and began to shape their new international in the image and likeness of Bakunin. The Congress categorically denied the legislative right of all Congresses, whether general or regional, and recognized that such Congresses had no other mission than to show forth the aspirations, the needs, and the ideas of the proletariat in the various localities or countries, so that such ideas may be harmonized and unified. In no case can the majority of the Congress impose its will upon the minority. This was the center of correspondence and statistics theory, so fervently advocated by anarchist delegates in Congresses of the International, now written into reality. At a later Congress, the anarchists, for a while, abolished the General Council altogether. The Saint-Imier Congress declared that, quote, the autonomy and independence of the working class sections and federations constitutes the essential condition of the emancipation of the workers, end quote. It declared also, quote, that the destruction of every kind of political power is the first task of the proletariat, end quote. It rejected all forms of political organization and action, declaring, quote, that the proletarians of all lands, spurning all compromises in the achievement of the social revolution, must establish independently of bourgeois politics the solidarity of revolutionary action, end quote. The workers now had to make a choice between the rival internationals. The Belgian Federation soon afterward went with the anarchists, and so did the Dutch. A section of the British took a similar stand. Although being at bottom opportunist trade unionists, they were more interested in carrying on a factional struggle against Marx than they were fascinated by the anarchist doctrines of decentralization, autonomy, and spontaneity. The federations which, in the main, declared for the Marxist International were the French, German, Austrian, Polish, Danish, Hungarian, and American, a situation which led Jacques to conclude, quote, thus, the majority of the federations remained with the old International, end quote. But these retained affiliations were more formal than real. The removal of the International to New York convinced the Marxists of Europe that its days were over. Consequently, the Germans and other Marxists, quickly losing further interest in the International, began to turn their attention to the new strong trends toward building up the labor movements and political parties in their respective countries. This is why the Marxist attempt at an international congress in Germany in September 1873 proved such a failure. Downward course of the anarchists. The real life of the Bakuninist International was between the years 1872 and 1877. Such moves as the anarchists made upon an international scale after the latter date were hardly more than dying convulsions. During these 5 years, the Bakuninists held several international congresses of their so-called IWA. Among them were gatherings in Geneva in 1873, Brussels in 1874, Bern in 1876, and Venders, Belgium, in 1877. The final issue of their official organ, Bulletin de la Fédération Jurassienne, appeared on March 15, 1878. In July 1881, the anarchists, at a congress in London, launched a strong effort to revitalize their cause internationally. This resulted in the so-called Black International. But it was all a shot in the water, the movement failing to take hold again in Europe. It did, however, have considerable repercussions in the United States. In its early stages, the anarchist IWA attracted few American supporters, although Foner reports that, quote, as far back as 1875, a small group of German socialists in Chicago had formed an armed club which came to be known as Lehr und Wehr Verein, end quote. Serious consequences developed in the United States, however, in connection with the London 1881 movement, the International Association of Working People. This black international movement attracted considerable support among the foreign-born workers, especially in the Chicago area. These workers, who were mostly non-citizens, employed at the lowest paying jobs, subjected to terrorism in the shops, and the worst victims of recurring economic crises, were influenced by the anarchist propaganda. A contributing factor was the opportunist policy then being followed by the leadership of the Socialist Labor Party, which refused to recognize the workers for economic struggle. The culmination of the movement was the Chicago Haymarket tragedy during the Great 8-Hour Movement of 1886, in which, as a result of a mysterious bomb explosion at a mass meeting on May 4th, 4 workers' leaders, Albert R. Parsons, August Spies, Adolf Fischer, and George Engel, were barbarously framed up and executed. Another, Louis Ling, committed suicide, the police said, and several more were given long prison sentences. There were also skeleton international anarchist congresses in 1891, 1893, and 1896, but they were merely small sectarian gatherings. The Anarchist International, during its several years of life on a descending plane, conducted very few mass struggles. The most important of these were revolutionary attempts in Spain and Italy in 1873 and 1874. In Spain, the Anarchist International had a strong following. In Barcelona, their chief stronghold, they claimed some 50,000 members. The country was in a revolutionary ferment, which finally resulted in the establishment of the Spanish Republic in 1873. Due to their apolitical prejudices, the anarchists took no organized part in this popular movement. In the mass ferment, they did, however, develop a general strike in a few cities, which turned out to be a failure. In Italy, which was also a Bakuninist stronghold during the unsettled political situation of the early 1870s, the anarchists organized no less than 60 local putsches in 2 years. Their most serious undertaking was an attempted uprising in Bologna in July 1874, but this failed completely. Kropotkin succeeds Bakunin. Overtaken by bad health and depressed by the defeats he had suffered in his grandiose plans of revolution, Bakunin withdrew from activity in the middle 1870s. To the end, he remained bitterly hostile to Marxism. In his letter of farewell to the workers of Jura, he declared that the socialism of Marx, no less than the diplomacy of Bismarck, represented the center of reaction against which the workers had to carry on a tireless struggle. Marx, on the other hand, challenged Bakunin's sincerity and characterized him as an enemy of the working class. In 1919, papers were found in the Russian Tsarist police archives which cast a bad light on Bakunin. They showed that while in prison in 1851, he had written to the Tsar from the standpoint of, as he called himself, a penitent sinner, with the aim of securing a mitigation of his imprisonment. Bakunin died on July 1st, 1876, in Bern, at the age of 62. In the anarchist movement at the time, there were a number of outstanding figures, including Adminar Schwitzgubel of Switzerland, Enrico Malatesta of Italy, Dominela Nieuwenhuis of Holland, James Gualmet and Elise Reclus of France, César de Pape of Belgium, Johann Most of Germany, and various others. But the anarchist leadership mantle of Bakunin fell upon the shoulders of a comparative newcomer in the field of international struggle, Kropotkin of Russia. Peter Kropotkin, 1842 to 1921, was a prince, a member of one of the well-known noble families in Tsarist Russia. Among his many activities in Russia, he was a noted geographer. He became interested in the revolutionary movement and in 1872 joined the International in Switzerland, affiliating himself with the Bakunin wing. As a result of his activities, Kropotkin served several years in prison, mainly in Russia and France. He died in the Soviet Union, an honored citizen, but a confirmed opponent of the Bolshevik regime. Of his many books, the most valuable is Mutual Aid, a Factor of Evolution. Kropotkin called himself a communist anarchist. He carried forward the Bakunin conception of a spontaneous, insurrectional revolution and the automatic establishment of a society based altogether on autonomy. He was an enemy of proletarian political parties, of political action, and of the dictatorship of the proletariat. To him, the main enemy was the state, not the capitalist class. According to Kropotkin, in their revolutionary period, the capitalists also had fought, not the feudal system, but the state. Said he, quote, "Think of the struggles the bourgeoisie itself had to carry on against the state in order to conquer the right of constituting themselves into commercial societies," end quote. Bakunin was a man of action and participated in uprisings, but Kropotkin, who was active during a more stable period of capitalism, perforce devoted himself almost exclusively to research theory and propaganda. Why the anarchist movement shrank. The basic reason for the failure of the Anarchist International and for its demise in a period when the working class was making great progress in many countries was its theoretical unsoundness, its incurable foreshortening of the perspective of the revolution, its misconception of the class struggle, its false interpretation of the role of the state, its ignorance of the reality of the dictatorship of the proletariat, its understress upon organization and overstress upon mass spontaneity, and its lack of understanding of the need for practical everyday class struggle under the capitalist system. Under the burden of this load of confusion and delusion, the anarchist movement could not possibly succeed. With the Anarchist International placing all its hopes upon the insurrection and practically ignoring the everyday struggles of the workers, the anarchist movement tended to shrink into a narrow sect on the sidelines of the class struggle. The workers in various countries, growing in numbers and class consciousness, were beginning to build broad trade unions, political parties, and cooperatives, and to conduct struggles for partial demands of various sorts, the franchise, wage and hour improvements, factory legislation, etc. But the anarchists, with their eyes fastened fundamentally on their panacea, the insurrection, and despising all partial demands as deceptions for the workers, remained for the most part outside of, and even opposed to, the broad stream of working class life, struggle, and development. They took but little part in strikes, and they sabotaged the growing electoral struggles of the workers. This whole course brought out clearly the fundamentally sectarian character of the anarchist movement. The elemental move of the European masses of these years towards political action, as the proletariat grew swiftly in numbers and progressively won the franchise, was particularly disastrous for the anarchists. It undermined the foundations of Bakunin's anti-politicalism, which were based on the facts that, in the main, the workers in the Latin countries did not have the ballot, and also that, in any event, in these countries the proletariat was relatively small and could not look forward towards constituting an electoral majority of the voters. This applied also to Russia, where from the 1870s on, the terroristic People's Will group, considerably influenced by anarchist ideas, was active for a decade. The sectarian isolation of the anarchists was accentuated by the fact that the capitalist system in Europe and the United States, after the late 1860s, largely stabilized itself, and for the next few years thereafter, during its period of rapid development, was much less vulnerable to working-class insurrection. This general course of capitalist development was a body blow to the anarchist movement, which based everything upon the perspective of early insurrection. It profoundly increased the disastrous, isolating consequences of anarchist sectarianism. The decline of the anarchist international was inevitable. Anarchism, as Stalin points out, puts its stress upon the individual whose emancipation, according to its tenets, is the principal condition for the emancipation of the masses. This conception put the anarchists crosswise of the class struggle. On the other hand, the cornerstone of Marxism, however, says Stalin, is the masses, whose emancipation, according to its tenets, is the principal condition for the emancipation of the individual. This conception put the Marxists fully into the stream of the class struggle. By its advocacy of international terror, anarchism, distracts the proletariat from the methods of mass organization and struggle. By repudiating the dictatorship of the proletariat in the name of abstract liberty, anarchism deprives the proletariat of its most important and sharpest weapon against the bourgeoisie, its armies, and all its organs of repression. The pressure of the masses to organize and to fight for their immediate demands not only exerted itself externally upon the anarchist movement, but also from within. Consequently, the anarchist congresses were constantly torn by disputes over practical and theoretical questions, one of the most notable of such discussions being that over de Pape's proposal in the 1874 Congress in Brussels to endorse what amounted to a people's state. All this confused and paralyzed the organization and intensified its theoretical bankruptcy. There was also a constant desertion of leading figures: Jules Gusted, France; Carlo Saviero, Italy; Cesar de Pape, Belgium; G. Plekhanov and Paul Axelrod, Russia, and many others, to the camp of Marxism. The downfall of the anarchist international was caused concretely by its incorrigible belief in the immediacy of the proletarian revolution. Marxists, too, as was freely admitted later by both Marx and Engels, erred considerably in this general direction. This was a natural mistake to make in a revolutionary period which, between the years 1859 and 1871, produced the Austro-French, Austro-Prussian, and Franco-German wars, the American Civil War, and several minor wars. When Austrian absolutism was overthrown, United Italy came into being, there was a long revolution in Spain, the Paris Commune was established, serfdom was abolished in Russia, and throughout Europe a broad workers' movement was rapidly developing. The difference between the Marxists and anarchists, however, was that the Marxists, thanks to their scientific theory, were able to quickly correct their error in this respect, whereas the anarchists, loaded down with bourgeois idealism, were not able to readjust to the new situation. Consequently, the anarchist movement shriveled into an isolated sect, while Marxism went ahead to become the dominant ideology of the world's working class. The disintegration of anarchism. The anarchist movement during the 1870s and 1880s not only declined organizationally and in general influence among the working masses, but it also, as a result of its practical failure, disintegrated theoretically. The movement, being in a sort of political cul-de-sac, started to degenerate into several more or less mutually conflicting theoretical tendencies and groupings. One of these intersect sects was the so-called philosophical or individualist anarchists. They traced their political lineage back to Zeno in ancient Greece 400 BC, and their Bible was Max Stirner's Caspar Schmidt 1806 to 1856, The Ego, and his own. They tended to become petty bourgeois cafe revolutionists, radical, bohemian chatterers, and phrasemongers about the revolution which they were only hindering. This trend still lingers on. There also developed for a time strong terroristic tendencies among the anarchists. The terrorists were desperate elements who, seeing the hopes of mass insurrection fading, sought by the assassination of leaders of states to apply their doctrine of propaganda by the deed, and thus to spur the sluggish masses into motion by the daring acts of heroic individuals. Consequently, the anarchists were blamed, rightly or wrongly, for the various bomb throwings and assassinations of public figures that took place during the decades up to 1900 and beyond. Among these were the armed attacks upon the German Kaiser in 1878, the Haymarket bombing of 1886, almost certainly a police frame-up, the attempted killing of Frick during the Homestead Steel Strike of 1892, the bombing of the French Chamber of Deputies in 1893, the assassination of Tsar Alexander II of Russia, 1881, of President Carnot of France, 1894, of Empress Elizabeth of Austria, 1898, of King Humbert of Italy, 1900, and of President McKinley of the United States, 1901. The anarchist, terroristic tendency was smothered out by the folly of its own acts. A third anarchist tendency developed, and this is by far the most important in the general philosophy of anarchism, that is, the anarchist-minded workers, more practical by far than the petty bourgeois anarchist intellectuals, adopted anarchism to the trade union movement. This adaptation, however, involved a considerable watering down of anarchist principles for trade union discipline, even in autonomous anarcho-syndicalist unions, collides with anarchist ideas of individualism. And the anarcho-syndicalist conception of the future society, which would, in fact, amount to a trade union state, directly contravenes anarchist, anti-statist conceptions. The workers thus produced the important anarcho-syndicalist tendency, which was later to play a significant role in many countries, and with which we shall deal more fully later. The beginnings of this syndicalist trend, which is anarchist trade unionism, were to be seen as far back in the earliest congresses of the First International, and the tendency became more pronounced with the growth of the international labor movement. It became the main current of disintegrating anarchism. Chapter 12. The First International in the USA, 1872 to 1876. In accordance with the decision of the Hague Congress in September 1872, the headquarters of the General Council of the IWA were shifted from London to New York. In October of that year, F.A. Sorja was the General Secretary, and Frederick Bolta was Secretary of the Federal Council, Central Committee of the North American Section, organized in 1870. As its official organ, the General Council published the Arbeiter Zeitung, the first number of which appeared February 8th, 1873. The American situation. Late in 1872, the United States was in the concluding phase of the industrial boom, which followed the end of the Civil War. The victorious capitalists, now busily stealing the natural resources of the country, were enlarging their factories, creating industrial monopolies, and subjecting the workers to unprecedented exploitation. Having broken the power of the Southern slaveholders, the Northern industrialists consolidated themselves completely in control of the government. Pressed by the aggressive capitalists, the workers were in a fighting mood, which was greatly intensified by the outbreak of the deep-going economic crisis of 1873. The National Labor Union, for reasons indicated above, had just about passed out of the national picture. The Knights of Labor, although in existence since 1869, was still small and weak, and the formation of the AFL in 1881 was 9 years off in the future, but the organization of local and national trade unions was proceeding. Various labor and farmer parties had been formed, and the country was building up to the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, one of the bitterest class struggles in the history of the United States. By 1872, Foner reports, quote, "There were about 30 sections and 5,000 members of the First International in the United States," end quote, with local organizations in New York, Chicago, San Francisco, Newark, Springfield, New Orleans, and Washington, D.C. As we have seen, the United States had played no small role in the life of the First International. American delegates attended the respective congresses, and the American question frequently figured in the work of the IWA. Examples of this were the various letters between the General Council and Presidents Lincoln and Johnson, the fight of European workers under Marxist leadership to keep their countries from joining with the Confederacy in the Civil War, the close relations between the International and the National Labor Union. The American section was, in fact, far from being the least important of the organizations of the First International. The IWA in the American class struggle. Although the transfer of the General Council to New York had been looked upon askance by the American Marxist leaders, it nevertheless, for a time, stimulated the American movement. The numbers of sections and members grew. The IWA leader in the United States, F.A. Sorge, 1827 to 1906, was a music teacher, a native of Saxony, a participant in the 1848 revolution in Germany, a co-worker with Marx, and a clear-headed and tireless fighter. True to the line of the IWA, the American Marxists took an active part in the daily struggles of the workers, in the building of unions, and the carrying on of strikes. These activities were enhanced with the arrival of the General Council in the United States. The Marxists had led the great October 1st, 1871 New York demonstration for the 8-hour day, with banners reading, "Gompers tells us, peaceably if we can, forcibly if we must," and Commons thus cites a local labor paper. Especially cordial was the reception of the internationals led by the trade unionists at the final countermarch of the procession, and deafening cheers greeted the appearance of their banner, the red flag, on the stage at the mass meeting. Equally significant was the participation of the Colored Negro Organization for the first time in a demonstration gotten up by the English-speaking unions. The German unions have treated them as equals already years ago. The Marxists were also active leaders in the huge demonstration of the unemployed in Tompkins Square, New York, on January 13th, 1874. This meeting, a protest against starvation conditions among the jobless, was the largest labor gathering yet held in the United States. The police broke up the meeting violently, injuring many workers. Similar demonstrations were held in Chicago and other big cities. During these years, many prominent labor men were members of or supported the IWA. Among them were J.P. McDonnell, editor of the Working Men's Advocate, and Adolph Strasser and P.J. McGuire, who later became famous as founders of the American Federation of labor. Samuel Gompers, who for years was president of the AFL, was also closely associated with the International, if not actually a member. In his autobiography, he recalls many trade union leaders of the times who were members of the IWA, and says that, quote, unquestionably, in those days of the 70s, the International dominated the labor movement of New York City, end quote. Significantly, he adds that, quote, New York City was the cradle of the American labor movement, end quote. Gompers used to claim that he learned German in order to be able to read the Communist Manifesto and other works of Marx. The struggle against the sex. As in Europe, the International in the United States had to fight constantly against internal tendencies to prevent the development of a broad working class movement. This fight became especially sharp after the arrival of the General Council in New York. These distorting and crippling influences, of course, had their own specific American features. The most stubborn, enduring, and injurious of them was the tendency of the foreign-born workers, principally Germans, to stand aside in a sectarian manner from the life and struggles of the broad masses of the native American workers. This was manifested by reluctance to learn the English language, to acquire American citizenship, and to become members and leaders in native organizations and fights of the workers. This harmful tendency, which the General Council did not much improve, was to endure in a declining degree for 2 generations down to the early days of the modern Communist Party. Engels especially carried on a guerrilla warfare against this narrow practice. One of the worst of the many bad effects caused by this sectarianism was a gross neglect of the Negro question. Located mostly in the big northern cities, the Marxists were generally known as being friendly to Negro workers, defending their right to work and to belong to trade unions, but the IWA paid little or no attention to the bitter struggle of the Reconstruction period, then being conducted by the Negro people and their white allies in the post-war South against militant counter-revolution. The IWA Marxists also took a sectarian attitude towards the strong woman's suffrage movement of the period. This weakness, in fact, ran generally throughout the work of the whole First International. The American Marxists, while fighting generally for the rights of women in industry and law and elsewhere, did not stress their right to vote. The current idea, expressed in the platform of the Working Men's Party of the United States, 1876, was that, quote, the so-called woman question will be solved with the worker question. A sectarian formulation which largely isolated the Marxists from the current vigorous women's movement. Similar, narrow sectarianism also isolated the IWA from the farmer movements which were beginning at this time to develop in the Middle West. The IWA in the United States also had to fight against bourgeois liberals who tried to capture the organization and to rewrite its program. These alien elements were led by the 2 well-known sisters, Victoria Woodhull and Tennessee Claflin. Originally, they had an organization, New Democracy, advocating a program of women's suffrage, sex, freedom, spiritualism, and a universal language. They also proposed voluntary socialism to be established by a general referendum. In 1870, they disbanded their organization and joined the International. Highly militant and a brilliant speaker, Mrs. Woodhull soon organized Sections 9 and 12 in New York, mostly composed of Native Americans, of which she became the leader. The sisters also published their own journal, Woodhull and Claflin's Weekly. The Marxist workers promptly collided with these petty bourgeois intellectuals. The matter was referred to the General Council in London, and receiving an adverse decision on their demand that Section 12 instead of Section 1 should be the leading section in America, the Woodall forces brought about a split in November 1871. Thereafter, two federal councils were in existence. The London General Council, in March 1872, ordered the expulsion of Section 12 and the holding of a new national convention. But the Woodall group rejected the decision, met in Philadelphia on July 9, 1872, with 13 sections present, mostly American-born, and organized the American Confederation of the International, generally known as the Spring Street Council. The regular IWA met a few days later, also in Philadelphia, with 25 delegates from 22 sections and 900 members. At the Hague Congress, the Woodall group was again defeated, and it refused also to accept the IWA's decision. The movement was petering out at the time the General Council arrived in the United States. Victoria Woodall was an outstanding personality in the militant women's rights movement of the time, but obviously she had no place in the Workers' International. She was a fighter and declared, characteristically, quote, "If the very next Congress refuses women all the legitimate results of citizenship, we shall proceed to call another convention expressly to form a new constitution and to erect a new government. We are plotting revolution. We will overthrow this bogus republic." End quote. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, praising Mrs. Woodall's speeches and writings, called her, quote, "the leader of the woman's suffrage movement in this country." End quote. She ran for president in 1872 on the ticket of the Equal Rights Party. She eventually failed in an attempt to capture the National Women's Suffrage Association, much as she had failed to take over the IWA. The Marxists and the Lassallians. One of the major fights of the Marxists against sectarianism in the IWA was against Lassallism. Utopian socialism, save in the Bellamy movement in the 1890s, had about died out when the IWA came on the scene. Proudhonism and Blanquism had little following among the workers in the United States, because there had, as yet, been little Latin and Slavic immigration. Bakunanism, except as noted later in the 1880s, was also a negligible factor, but many of the vast numbers of the German immigrant workers believed in Lassallism, which they brought along with them from Germany. For several years, the Lassallian deviation was a major issue and a matter of serious conflict in the American section of the International. Section 1 of the IWA, the General German Workers Association of New York, had been originally organized by Lassallians. Generally, this group deprecated trade unions as useless in view of Lassalle's iron law of wages. They stressed political action, however, with the general objective of the workers finding their way to emancipation through producers' cooperatives subsidized by the government. The fight between Marxists and Lassallians in the United States reflected the bitter struggle then going on between corresponding elements in Germany. The fight between the two groups in the United States turned primarily around the question of trade unionism and electoral political action. Incidentally, Gompers supported the emphasis placed upon trade unions by the Marxists as against Lassallian neglect of the unions. At its national convention in 1874, the IWA, while strongly supporting working-class political action, adopted a statement of principles, quote, rejecting all cooperation and connection with political parties formed by the possessing classes. End quote. And declaring that, quote, the Federation will not enter into a truly political campaign or election movement before being strong enough to exercise a perceptible influence, end quote. This resolution was aimed at the opportunistic political conceptions and activities of the Lasallians. After 1872, the General Council was in the thick of this fight, which constantly became more severe and paralyzing to the organization as a whole. Internal crisis and political progress. By 1874, the IWA, rent with quarrels, was in deep crisis. The General Council had virtually lost contact with the remnants of the European section, only the United States, Germany, and Austria paying any dues at all. The American organization, with a declining membership, had split in New York and Chicago. These splits gave birth to two new organizations. In Chicago, in January 1874, the Labor Party of Illinois, and in New York, in May 1874, the Social Democratic Working Men's Party of North America. These were mainly under Lasallian influence, and they had little success. The Second National Convention of the American section of the IWA, held in Philadelphia beginning on April 11, 1874, tried in vain to cure the internal crisis. It transferred the functions of the Federal Council to the General Council, and it elected a new General Council, thus making that body virtually an American committee. It adopted the general statement of policy referred to above to correct the errors of program being made by the Lasallians. Members of the new General Council were Sorge, Speyer, Henniger, Huss, Novak, Voss, and Prestage. Sorge was General Secretary. The internal quarrels sharpened, however, following the Philadelphia Convention. A bitter fight broke out over the Arbeiterzeitung, which resulted in a bitter lawsuit and the suspension of the paper in March 1875. Shortly after the Philadelphia Convention, the General Council suspended Section 1 of New York, the strongest in the organization. In the struggle, Sections 5, 6, and 8 in New York quit, and Bolta and Carl were expelled by the General Council. On August 12, 1874, Sorge made a motion that the General Council should adjourn for a year. Consequently, it did not meet again until June 1st, 1875. The internal struggle resumed then, however, and on September 25th, Sorge, wary of the eternal factionalism, resigned his post as General Secretary of the International, and Carl Speyer was elected in his stead. Footnote. The General Secretaries of the First International were W.R. Kramer, 1864 to 1866, R. Shaw, 1866 to 1867, Peter Fox, 1866, J.G. Icarius, 1867 to 1870, John Hales, 1870 to 1872, F.A. Sorge, 1872 to 1874, and Carl Speyer, 1875 to 1876. End of footnote. During 1875, there was something of a pickup of the IWA with an increase in membership and in the number of sections, especially with the affiliation of the United Workers of America, Irish, led by J.P. MacDonald. But this spirit did not check the general downward trend of the organization. In February 1876, the General Council, therefore, decided to hold a Congress of the International in Philadelphia during the coming July, with its liquidation in mind. Things were not as bad, however, as the disintegrating tendencies in the International would seem to indicate. What was taking place basically was that the American section of the IWA, like the sections in Europe, was giving birth to a national Marxist party. This was in line with the whole evolution of the International at this time. The movement was not decaying, but painfully passing to a higher stage. As for the IWA generally, it had practically ceased to exist as an international organization. As the International declined organizationally in the United States, new tendencies toward unity developed among the ranks of the socialists and potential socialists. The Marxists had largely reestablished their political leadership in the two erstwhile split-off parties, the Illinois Labor Party and the Social Democratic Party of North America, and they also played an important part in the General Labor Congress held in Pittsburgh, April 17th through April 18th, 1876. Unity sentiment became general in socialist ranks. This was greatly accentuated by the amalgamation of the Marxist and Lassallean parties at the Gotha Congress in Germany in May 1875, an event which exerted a profound effect generally among German workers in the United States. Commons sums up the American socialist situation thus. By the middle of 1875, the secessionist movement, both in Chicago and the East, had traveled a considerable distance back to the original ideas of the International. The time was ripening for a reunion of the factions of the socialist movement. The dissolution of the First International. Although the General Council, as best it could, had notified the European sections about the Philadelphia Congress and invited them to send delegates, only one foreign delegate from the Social Democratic Party of Germany showed up when the seventh and last IWA Congress assembled in Germania Hall, Philadelphia, on July 15th, 1876. The other 10 delegates there, among them Sorge and Otto Wedemeyer, were Americans. Without much discussion, the meeting proceeded to liquidate the International. The 3-point resolution adopted declared that, quote, the General Council of the International Working Men's Association is dissolved, end quote. That the Federal Council of the North American Section stands commissioned to maintain and develop present international connections, and that the Federal Council is commissioned to call an international Congress when conditions so warrant. Sorge and Speyer were appointed as a committee to preserve the documents of the International and to issue a statement on the dissolution of the IWA, appended below. On July 16th through 19th, following the IWA Congress, the North American Federation of the IWA also met in convention. Altogether, the North American section held 3 national conventions, July 6th, 1872, New York, and April 11th, 1874, and July 16th, 1876, in Philadelphia. There were present 13 delegates representing 17 sections and 635 dues-paying members. After electing delegates to the coming Socialist Unity Congress due to convene in a few days, the North American Federation also dissolved itself. Immediately after this, during July 19th through the 22nd, also in the same Philadelphia Hall as previously planned, the various socialist groupings assembled and formed the new Marxist organization, the Working Men's Party of America. It was based primarily upon organizational unity between the forces of the dissolved IWA, headed by Sorge and Otto Wedemeyer, and of the Lassalleans, led by Adolf Strasser and P.J. Maguire. Philip Van Patten was elected General Secretary, and J.P. MacDonald became editor of the party's English organ, the Labor Standard. These steps definitely organized the American Marxist Party, which, through the Socialist Labor Party and the Socialist Party, has existed continuously ever since down to the Communist Party of today. Thus, in this series of 3 connected conventions, there was culminated within 1 week's time the historic evolution that was taking place among socialist ranks generally throughout the world, namely, the dissolution of the First International and the establishment of Marxist political organizations on a national basis. The historic statement regarding the dissolution of the First International, as prepared by Sorja and Speyer, reads as follows, quote, "Fellow working men, the International Convention at Philadelphia has abolished the General Council of the International Working Men's Association, and the external bond of the organization exists no more. The International is dead, the bourgeoisie of all countries will exclaim, and with ridicule and joy it will point to the proceedings of this convention as documentary proof of the defeat of the labor movement of the world. Let us not be influenced by the cry of our enemies. We have abandoned the organization of the International for reasons arising from the present political situation in Europe, but as a compensation for it, we see the principle of the organization recognized and defended by the progressive working men of the entire civilized world. Let us give our fellow workers in Europe a little time to strengthen their national affairs, and they will surely be in a position to remove the barriers between themselves and the working men of other parts of the world. Comrades, you have embraced the principle of the International. With heart and love, you will find means to extend the circle of its adherents even without an organization. You will find new champions who will work for the realization of the aims of our association. The comrades in America promise you that they will faithfully guard and cherish the acquisitions of the International in this country until more favorable conditions will again bring together the working men of all countries to common struggles, and the cry will resound again louder than ever. Proletarians of all countries, unite." End quote. Chapter 13. The Role of the First International, 1864 to 1876. Under the leadership of Karl Marx, and following the general path of its predecessor, the Communist League, the First International, laid the basis of the modern labor movement, both theoretically and organizationally. See Chapter 2. Footnote: Engels was not directly active in the First International until its concluding stages in Europe. End of footnote. Its fundamental achievement in this broad respect was the popularization and practical application of the proletarian philosophy and world outlook, scientific socialism, as worked out by Marx and Engels. Concretely, it produced working class policy towards the capitalist state and the state in general. It evaluated the roles of the trade union movement, of the cooperatives, of the democratic franchise, and it analyzed profoundly the status of women. It developed the basic functions of the workers' political party, and it established the attitudes of the proletariat toward the peasantry, towards war, and towards the national question. It evaluated the technique of armed insurrection, the relationship between immediate demands and the proletarian revolution, the perspective of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and it began the cultivation of corps of trained Marxists, leaders in the various countries. In working out all these policies and programs, the First International produced a series of imperishable labor documents written mostly by Marx, including the IWA inaugural address and the rules of the association, as well as that great evaluation of the Commune, the Civil War, in France. During this period, Marx also produced Volume 1 of Capital and other important works. Together with this theoretical work, the First International gave practical form and reality to the international strivings and impulses of the world's workers. For the first time, and most effectively, it taught the workers the basic lessons of international solidarity. It gathered together the scattered, primitive, and fragmentary labor movements of the period and joined them into an organized world force that struck terror and foreboding into the hearts of exploiters in all countries. It was the pioneer of labor internationalism. At the founding Congress of the Second International in 1889, Liebknecht declared that, quote, "The IWA is not dead, it is continued in the powerful labor movements of the various countries, and lives on in them. It also lives on in us. This Congress is the work of the International Working Men's Association," end quote. The IWA, in the several countries, led the many important strikes and political struggles of its era. It actively built trade unions, and it did the pioneering work in founding what afterwards became broad socialist parties in many countries. But above all, in this mass work, the IWA was the inspiring force behind the Paris Commune. Engels was historically correct in calling this great event the child of the First International. And not the least, in its support of the Irish, the Polish, and other oppressed peoples, the International laid the basis for future great national liberation struggles. Ideological destruction of the sect. The Marxist leadership of the First International fought tirelessly and effectively against the many current sectarian tendencies that aimed to misdirect the workers' efforts into channels alien to their class interests. Marx especially shattered the illusions around utopian socialism of various types, the radical bourgeois republicanism of Mazzini, the petty bourgeois socialism of Proudhon, the leftist phrase-mongering and conspiratorial tactics of Bakunin, and the pure and simple trade unionism of the Odgers and Applegarths. By the time the First International passed from the scene, most of these sects had been theoretically defeated, but new and far more dangerous ones, which in our day still have to be fought, opportunist trade unionism, political revisionism, and syndicalism, were beginning to take shape. The First International laid the firm basis for the hegemony of Marxism, of scientific socialism, in the thinking, the organization, and the policies of the world labor movement. In meeting the monumental difficulties of pioneering theoretical and practical policies for the working class, naturally, many mistakes were made by Marx and Engels. Not only have the workers' enemies seized upon these errors, but it eventually became the fashion for many writers in the Second International, Kautsky, Mering, and others, to dwell upon them ad nauseum. Regarding such attacks, Lenin says, quote, "Yes, Marx and Engels erred much and erred often in determining the closeness of the revolution," end quote. Particularly with regard to the 1848 revolution in Germany and France. But, concludes Lenin, and this is the main thing to keep in mind, quote, "Such errors of titans of revolutionary thought who tried to raise and did raise the proletariat of the whole world above the level of petty, commonplace, and trifling tasks are 1,000 times nobler, more sublime, and historically truer and more valuable than the trivial wisdom of official liberalism, which sings, shouts, appeals, and jabbers about the vanity of revolutionary vanities, the futility of revolutionary struggle, and the charm of counter-revolutionary constitutional rot." End quote. The causes for the dissolution of the IWA. The basic reason why the First International disappeared from the world political arena was that capitalism at that time was entering into a new phase of development, raising up new tasks for the working class, tasks which the First International, under the given circumstances, was in no position to fulfill. The main period of the IWA, 1864 to 1872, lay at the dividing line between two epochs. The International arose at the very end of the first of them, which had begun with the great bourgeois revolution in France in 1789, and which ended with the Franco-Prussian War in 1870. This, said Lenin, was the epoch of prosperity of the bourgeoisie, of their complete victory. This was the rising curve of the bourgeoisie, the epoch of the bourgeois democratic movements in general, of bourgeois national movements in particular, the epoch in which the absolutist feudal institutions which had outlived their time were rapidly destroyed. It was a period of the consolidation of growing capitalism upon the ruins of absolute feudalism. The new epoch which was opening up was a period of expanding capitalism developing into imperialism. It began with the heroic rising of the Paris Communards and ended with the great October victory of the Socialist Soviet Revolution in Russia in 1917. This was, on the one hand, the epoch of the rule and decline of the bourgeoisie, of the transition from the progressive bourgeoisie to reactionary and ultra-reactionary finance capital, the growth of capitalism into imperialism, and the domination of the latter. It was the epoch in which the proletariat began slowly to gather its forces and later to begin victoriously the world proletarian revolution. The main tasks of the working class in the industrialized countries during the earlier decades of this period were, rather than the carrying through of revolution, to build the mass trade unions, to organize national workers' socialist parties, and to carry on a broad Marxist educational work. Lenin says, quote, "The First International finished its historical role and yielded place to an epoch of infinitely greater growth of the labor movement in all the countries of the world, namely an epoch of its expansion, of the creation of socialist proletarian mass parties on the basis of the individual nation states." End quote. New times and new tasks. As it was constituted, the First International could not carry out these specific tasks of the new era. This had to be primarily the job of the young and growing movements in the respective countries. The experience of the IWA had gone to show that its component parts were not yet developed enough to set up a strong Marxist international leadership. Although a mortal blow had been struck at several of the sects, they were still strong enough to do much harm. The IWA was built directly upon the mass labor movements, not upon socialist parties as such, and these mass movements in the several countries were still very far from being predominantly Marxist. In England, the movement was dominated by opportunist trade unionists. In the United States, it was traveling the same path. In Germany and Austria, it was still steeped with Lassallism. In the Latin and Slavic countries, the Bakunin, Blanquists, and Proudhonist tendencies were still vital. Indeed, as we have seen, it was precisely these various sectarian tendencies that had forced the dissolution of the First International. Trained Marxists were still very few in the several countries. Of the current German socialist movement, which was the most advanced of all, Reisenow says, quote, "The writings of the German socialists during the first half of the 70s, even the brochures written by Wilhelm Liebknecht, who was a student of Marx, show the deplorable state in which the study of Marxist theory was at that time," end quote. If, in spite of these adverse conditions, the First International, for so many years, was able, nevertheless, to give such outstanding leadership, this was due fundamentally to the towering genius of Marx, who wrote all the decisive policy documents of the organization. The new period confronting the young world socialist movement therefore demanded new methods and organizations. The movements in the various countries went ahead, clarifying and building themselves with the skillful advice of Marx and Engels, but the latter, instead of being the official heads of the world labor movement, as in the days of the First International, were now its unofficial mentors and guides. Their leadership, however, was hardly less powerful. Through the years, they remained in the closest touch with the developing movements in Germany, England, France, the United States, and various other countries. As their great volume of international correspondence eloquently indicates, all this was laying the basis for a new, organized, international movement, which was not long in forthcoming. Enemies of socialism, whether sailing openly under the pirate flag of capitalism or sneakingly under the besmeared banner of opportunist social democracy, never tire of telling the working class that the First International was a failure and that it collapsed because of the wrong ideology of Marx. But this is a monstrous lie. The First International was a tremendously constructive force. It laid the very foundation of the world labor movement. The irrefutable proof of the soundness of its general program is the fact that when the working classes of Russia, and later of China, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and Albania, really set out to establish socialism in their countries, they turned back to the lessons of Marx and the First International, which had long since been discarded by the reactionary heads of the Second International. 1/3 of the world marching directly on the road to socialism and communism is the complete answer to the slanderers of Marx and the First International. End of part 1.